Hello. Hello, hello. Happy time zone, everyone. Welcome in. We're going, hi. Here we are. You say hi, Ami. Please let us know how the audio is and everything. We're experimenting. We're spearminting. We're spearmint gum.
The only kind of gum.
The only kind you like?
It's like experiment and it lives.
You're cutting out.
It's like spearmint and cinnamon.
Cinnamon, yeah. I don't like cinnamon gum.
I just like cinnamon.
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 Cinnamon. Okay, there we go. And I have you there. All right, as I get settled, how's everybody doing? Doing good? I hope so. I have you cranked up pretty high. Yerm. You're about equal as me. Well, it should be at least. And then I'm about to blast the game in my goddamn ears, so give me 1 second. As I get this loaded and up on stream. On Discord stream.
Yes.
Peace. We ready for some cat boys today?
I'm ready. It's not that I don't like this game, but I am kind of ready to get this shit on the road.
Like, damn, we've been here forever.
Yeah, it's not that I'm not having the best time of my life, but I'm like, god damn, please.
We've been here for so long.
I'm ready to move on.
Is this the most recent one? 28th January, yeah. Okay, here we go.
God damn.
Like, bug! Oh, this music's loud. It might be just my headphones. Hold on.
Yeah, it sounds nice to me. Well,
okay.
I'm also on my...
Yeah, it's just my headphones.
It's nice. It's like...
Okay, I'm gonna crank you up.
Call out post. Teller was not letting me talk about BL.
You could talk about BL. I'm so happy for you to talk about BL.
Want everyone to know that I bought the first volume of 10 Count yesterday because it was at the stove. I was really excited. I saw it and I said, it was the last one, and I said, oh, for me. I got really excited. I got so excited whenever I saw the third volume of Fangs, and then I was like, I literally own every volume of Fangs.
Sorry, I have to turn it down. I turned it down in my headphones too, and it's still so loud, and I have to turn you up because then I can't hear you.
Loud.
What if I did this? Put that there. Hopefully that does something. And then I will bring you up. Okay. Here's to hoping that sounds okay. I have no idea.
I mean, I can hear.
Yeah, but on stream side. Hope it sounds good. No idea. Hi, welcome in. Where. Oh no. Off to a great start.
Well, okay, at least we just started with it.
Hold on.
Like-
Hold on. Maybe I can do the thing where...
It could be we're in the middle of like lore dropping, lore
true.
dumping, and then the game is like,
and then it crashes.
I'm done.
Oh, you are so funny. Lamento, you are so funny. Hold on, give me one sec. Great game, everyone. Totally works all the time. No need to worry. There we are. Lamento is just so funny. Okay, here we go. I'm starting it up again for you.
Okay.
It is so hilarious when it just suddenly freezes like that.
You're like, okay.
Like, cool. Thanks. Love it. Where are you? There you are. How'd the stream go? Bad. Fix it now. Okay, there you go, Ami. Let me know how that is.
I don't see it.
You don't see it? Streaming.
I don't see it though.
Damn. I see it.
It just shows me an enlarged picture of your Discord.
Huh. Do it again. There you go.
Nope.
What do you mean no?
I don't see it. I saw it beforehand and now I don't see it. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Ow!
Oh my god, are you okay? What the fuck happened?
I just kicked my desk. I was trying to readjust and put my... Ouch! Ow! I still don't see it. Hold on.
Okay, hold on. You can just try it. We can end the call and we'll be right back.
Oh wait, no. Put it back up.
Okay.
So I like left call and then I had an option to join the stream. I don't know why it was there.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Ow! That hurt so bad.
Christ.
I'm just trying to get comfortable.
Okay. There we go.
Youch.
Just trying the things we do to get Lamento loaded.
I'm so
There
sorry
we
if
go.
that was loud in anybody's ear. I'm really sorry.
It was just like, boom! Ah!
I kicked the desk.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Oh, hold
Can
on.
you kiss it better though?
Yes, I kiss it better. Mama, boba, boba, boba.
Thank you. It wasn't even that funny. Why are you cackling?
It's just so comedic.
Oh, the like, it's like when you hear pots and pans,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then you just
exactly.
hear someone go like, "Ow!"
Ah! It's just somewhere off in the distance. It's just a loud bang and then ah.
Yeah, it hurt.
Okay. It was funny. Yeah, thanks, chat.
Thank you. I'll do
so-
it again for y'all.
Thank you. So last we left off, magic happened. Beautiful, delicious, lovely time happened in the boys' house.
Oh, that's right. They fucked.
They fucked! Finally! Finally! Because we got into a heat cycle!
Woo!
Which, I mean, we've been leading up to this for so long. And finally it happened. And I remembered that specific CG. And so I was like, oh, that's it! We're here! We're here! And I was so excited. We talked to a lovely lady. she let us use her room.
Oh, yeah.
Konoe got dicked down. Good for him.
Did.
Good for him. What else happens? That was like the highlight of it all. But that was like the end of the stream. What the fuck happened? Oh, right. It was we learned more about Rai's trauma a little bit.
Just a little.
Just a little bit. About how he he's not all there in the head. We already kind of knew this, but he's not the most mentally sound. And then he has this little back and forth that he's doing with Froud. That's the other thing. Yeah, I think that was it. He's still hunting the demon that took his eye. And in turn, he also blinded the demon as well. So that's something. And yeah. And our dear Froud has a particular interest in Rai. Yum. And I think that was most of what happened.
Yeah, I think so.
That sounds right.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of tapped out because there was a lot happening the last time we were playing, and then they were fucking, and then I was like, okay, that was great. I'm done now.
You're like, whew, all right. Now it's time for my refractory period.
No, for real. I was like, okay.
All right. I'm just gonna hang back now.
I'm just gonna hang back, take a nap, take a load off.
Take a load off, take a sit.
I'll take another load off.
All right, and now we're going through Konoe's struggles of wanting to define what his and Rai's relationship is. What does it mean? Because in his brain, he's thinking that Rai is just kind of using him for whatever. Because he can never
feel when you get two emotionally stunted people in one room.
Exactly.
You know who wouldn't be treating him like this and telling him straight up how he feels? Asato. Asato
literally tells him every single second he can that he's like, Konoe, I like you, Konoe.
Konoe's like, oh, he's so sweet.
Oh, you're so nice. Wow, I like
he's
you.
Like,
he's
oh,
like,
no.
Oh my god, I like you too. Wow, I'm so happy we're friends.
And Asato is like jumping off a bridge.
All right, so we'll continue from where we left off after Konoe's experience with his heat. While he sat still, Konoe thought whether he had this fever by chance. Was it because he had bathed? After they returned to the inn, Konoe had asked Bardo where he could take a bath. He claimed he wanted to get rid of the dirt in his fur and wanted the water to cool his head and clear his hazy thoughts. Bardo could, the second he fucking walked in, Bardo could smell it on him.
It's like, having official blessing.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god,
yeah. Whenever Shaleon goes to, a meeting, everyone is like, bro. And he's like, hey.
Like the demon lord is all over you, bestie.
All over and other places.
Bardo had given him advice about Rai this morning, therefore Konoe needed to bolster up his courage to ask, but Bardo replied in his usual tone. Yeah, he gets it. He understands. Inwardly, Konoe was relieved. Bardo told him there was a shack behind the inn he could go to. There was a small pond there, and the water was crystal clear. It seemed to be a spring. While the hut had a dilapidated appearance, it kept the wind and the air out in its own way, so that he couldn't feel the cold, even with winter approaching. Winter is coming. You heard the cats of old didn't like water. Was that true?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although Ribika weren't overly fond of it, Konoe still wanted to clean off his dirty body. His dirty body. Oh my god.
Okay.
Even if they washed their bodies, it wouldn't pose a problem of wiping away their scent required for marking territory, as long as they groomed after. Typical kitty behavior. After bathing, Konoe returned to the room. The surface of his body was tidy, but it didn't help with the feverishness. He curled up after all. Had he caught a cold, or was this the effect of the heat? Or was he just tired? He felt awfully languid and didn't want to do anything. Although Rai sat down on the other bed, he didn't call out to him. What happened at the brothel was awkward, and he didn't feel a particular need to talk about it. If he slept the night, he'd feel better again. Curling up in his bed, Konoe was asleep before he knew it. Yeah, he had a long day.
Just take a nap. Just take
a little nap. Take a little sleep. He had a long day. Konoe woke up, realizing he'd been sleeping. I hope so. Blinking several times, he cast his eyes to his surroundings. Night sky... Oh, sorry. Okay. Night sky and the moon of shadow peeped out from the window, and the guiding leaf cast its light here and there. The fever hadn't subsided yet. The inside of his body felt hot, and his hair stood on end. Oh. Ooh, I gotta move this. Hold on. By heat, did they mean warmth or the other kind of animals being in heat?
Oh, you know.
Oh, bestie. It's animals being in heat because they are all cat people. So,
kitty cat.
Kitty cat people. So it was it was his time of the month.
You know.
And you know. It's also, wait, he said it's fall? How is this their mating season when he said winter is coming?
Well, that's also what Rai literally said.
I know.
What the lady said.
Yeah, I know. They did say it was mating season, but usually a lot of time for mating season is in spring. But they said winter's coming.
I don't know.
Interesting. Rai was just about to enter the room. He panicked involuntarily and shut his eyes. Rai's presence approached, and he stopped beside Konoe. Although Konoe observed the situation while pretending to be asleep, Rai didn't budge. I love it when my man stands hauntingly in the room looking at me.
It's like my sleep paralysis demon in the corner. Konoe's like,
Konoe began to be really worried that Rai had caught him faking his sleep. He probably knows. Since his eyes were closed, Konoe had no idea what Rai was doing. He grit his molars at the unbearable tension. Something pressed to his forehead. It was cold, and he almost subconsciously raised his voice. Although Konoe thought ice was pressed to him, after a moment he realized it was the palm of a hand. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's that faint heartbeat. I love it.
Hold on.
It's really faint.
Oh, I can hear it.
Rai's hand was pressed to his forehead. As soon as he realized this, his heart leapt. While he kept still, the hand drew back from his forehead, and this time Konoe felt Rai himself drawing near. Oh my god.
Give him a little kiss.
What's he gonna do next? Give a little kiss.
Give him a little kiss.
Give him a little kiss. Driven to impatience, Konoe desperately bore the urge to open his eyes. However, he wondered why he was so stubbornly keeping his eyes closed in the first place. A sigh brushed one of his ears. A wet touch followed. It touched the surface of his ear, and his body almost shivered.
He has to clean him.
What was Rai doing? Konoe was confused. Yay!
He has to clean him.
He has to clean him! He's grooming. Rai slowly and carefully licked the outside of his ear several times. Eventually, he began licking the other ear. Konoe endured. His ears almost twitched at the comfort of that tongue. Konoe was completely shaken and confused, but suddenly he realized something. Someone had done this to him before. It was terribly nostalgic and warm. Recollections surfaced from the bottom of his memories. Yeah, Mama. Yes, his mother. Long ago, just around the time when his eyes and ears finally started to function.
Oh, like puppies.
Yes, exactly.
Like baby puppies
like
when
baby
they're
puppies.
like, oh!
when they're like little aliens.
Yeah, when they're like, what is help?
Help. Rather than having a sexual meeting, the grooming expressed deep affection.
Yeah.
What Rai was doing now definitely felt like that. Perhaps Konoe wondered if Rai was worried about him. Was he fearful about his body running a fever? No way. It's impossible. But for what other reason could Rai be grooming him like this? He likes you.
He likes you.
Konoe was surprised and perplexed. He didn't always understand what Rai was thinking, and he didn't comprehend it now either.
Yeah.
But it gradually ceased to matter. He was entranced, and his thought process slowed. Feeling the warmth of the grooming, Konoe almost started to purr. His eyes were desperately squeezed closed, but they gradually began to close naturally out of comfort. Ah, hot eyes. Give a
He's
little,
comforting. He's like,
little
oh, this
groom.
is nice.
Yeah. After Rai carefully licked both of Konoe's ears, he pulled his tongue away. Rai's tongue felt more rough than his own. It felt good. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, one sec.
Me too. Who's banging? Damn, we be banging. Just... Oh my gosh. God, Yeah, I know I was away from the game for... I have to pull soon. I don't know if anybody also plays level. So these cards go... I just downloaded a little bit ago, like a couple weeks. Yeah, they're banging. That's actually, that's just the sound of Kono Wai. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Is everything okay?
You're probably gonna hear it again. It's my roommate.
Oh no.
She bought some new pictures, and so she's hanging them up. And so she's...
Oh. Okay.
She's putting some nails in the walls and hanging up the frames. They're like huge frames.
Do you want me to read for a little bit then? Or is it gonna be for a while?
I don't know if she's done. She had... I also don't know where she's putting them. I thought they were gonna go in her room, but I guess we're hanging them up. I guess we're hanging them up in the living room. And the living room is, like the wall to the living room is connected to my room. So that's why I can hear it very clearly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's whatever. She doesn't know I'm streaming.
You're like Hannah Montana right now.
Yes, exactly. And I don't want to tell her. So
You'd be like, hey.
So listen, I'm doing a little thing right now. Can you wait like 6 hours?
Like, oh my god, 6 hours?
Probably less, but yeah, I'm if you hear banging chat, so sorry. It's just my roommate. It should be, I can continue though, but yeah, if I mute again, it's just because we're hanging up some pictures.
Okay. If need be, I can narrate.
Yeah, I'll be here. It's just the noise, so we're good now. But if I go to mute, then you can just continue for me. Okay. I read this. I did read this. Oh, yep, there it goes. Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. The tongue licking him slowly grazed the edge of his lips, panicked him a little. Rai licked the same place several times, then moved little by little. At the corner of Konoe's lips, Rai gently licked twice. Oh, cute! Sorry, I read way too fast than I, narrate. At the corner of Konoe's lips, Rai gently licked twice, 3 times, and a strange mood welled up inside Konoe. He wondered if the symptoms of the heat hadn't faded completely. His chest hurt. Oh gosh. Wait, you— Oh! Whoa! Sorry. Woo! Get your walkthrough up now! That's so cute. Oh my god. Right. He's got so much moe. From his little kitty tongue to this.
Oh, I'm going. I'm going.
He's got so much moe.
I forgot about the walkthrough. I got it. Where am I? Also, we'll do a little...
Also, is my narration good?
Yeah, you sound good.
Is it bad?
No, you sound good.
Is it cringe?
No, why would it be cringe?
I don't know.
You're literally just reading the text. Why would it be cringe?
This is so cute.
Okay, we have to endure it.
You can't just move to kiss him?
No, it says to endure it.
Ugh.
That's what the walkthrough says.
I know, but that's... but
we can come back later.
We could just be like... Mwah!
Yeah, we can come back later and we'll see.
Okay.
But I don't know if you have my stream pulled up, but I'm like going through a face journey with you whenever you're narrating. So I'm like, I'm here. I'm reacting. You just can't hear me.
I have it up, but I have it over off on the side.
Okay,
just so I can...
Yeah, see you. Okay, we have to endure it. Go ahead and read for me.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Konoe desperately suppressed his shaky consciousness. It felt like he was tempting himself. He thought of what had happened at the brothel and felt even more awkward and unpleasant. When Konoe subconsciously bit his lip... Yes, okay. I thought it said bit at his lip. When Konoe subconsciously bit his lip, Rai's grooming stopped. However, he started licking his cheek again. Rai had probably already caught him faking his sleep. Still, they pretended not to notice each other. They're just like, if we don't say anything, it's fine. After a while, Rai finished and pulled away. No! Konoe heard quiet footsteps and the door slowly closing. Turned out that Rai had left. Konoe pulled up the blanket and curled up. No, go back!
No, he's going to sleep now.
Snuggle him.
No.
Give him a kiss.
No longer.
No!
His heart ticked away strongly, racing. Konoe felt hot flashes, like the rut returned. Oh, go ahead.
You don't have the rut. Sweet Konoe. That grooming only came from Rai's concern. He didn't need it. He didn't need to act strangely. However, an unexpected feeling of neither discouragement nor loss floated in his chest. Konoe slept in the night, he'd be okay. Once the heat subsided, he could act normally again. He told himself this and closed his eyes. His ears and cheeks were hot where Rai had licked them. His heart kept beating, every pulse like a sharp pain. He's like, oh god, I like him, oh god! Even late at night, the fever didn't subside, and Konoe repeatedly dozed off and woke up from a shallow sleep. where I had returned before he knew it, and seemed to be sleeping. But when Konoe occasionally woke up, he was sitting up and looking out the window. Sorry. Chat, you're finding out that I'm dyslexic even though I'm an avid reader.
Blue-gray clouds covered the night's moon, the moonlight scattered and choppy. A threatening shadow landed on a tree by the window. The shadow's clothes billowed like smoke, and it stared into Konoe's room with gleaming eyes. Oh, we're back.
Oh, hey.
Them motherfuckers tried to kill us. Rai was first to notice. His ears twitched and he looked up subtly, glaring towards the window with bated breath. Konoe saw the incident too and got up from under the blankets. A sharp pain ran through his chest. Stay down. Rai told him without looking back. This pain in his chest was probably the pursuers sent by leaks like before. Were they coming after Konoe while he was vulnerable? The shadowed pursuer moved. What? Rai jumped up from the bed and immediately grabbed his sword. Konoe tried to follow suit, but just as he thought, he couldn't move his body with this fever. It's okay, I protect you. The thicket made a loud sound. Oh, your turn.
The shadowed pursuer kicked off a branch and leapt towards the window. Simultaneously, Rai pounced from the bed to the window as well. There was an ear-splitting sound. Their blades gleamed faintly and clashed. For the interval of an eye's blink, the two shadows seemed suspended in the sky. Shortly after, they fell, entangled. Struggle sound. Langor?
Correct.
Langor?
Langer, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've never seen that word before. Forgetting the languor of his body, Konoe jumped at the window frame. He looked down below. As soon as they landed, they started exchanging blows with their swords.
I'm so glad the banging is really helping for this fight scene. Continue for me.
Mm-hmm. A white tail and silver hair billowed through the sleeping city. Their swords clashed with high-pitched sounds. Rai wouldn't be so easily defeated. However, it was frustrating. Konoe hated being stuck as an onlooker because he couldn't move. Yeah, I get it. His body was useless thanks to the languid fever and the ache in his chest. Then Konoe remembered his role. Sing from the window! The song. Because he was a sangha, Konoe could sing. It would be difficult, but he'd manage it. Konoe held the window still with both hands and swallowed back his excited breath. Then slowly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath.
Now hold on. Are we banging? Oh my god. This song's so good, yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, this song is
like,
slapping my nuts.
Slaps. This is a new one. This one fucks. It sounds Persona 3-ish.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Do you like my little fighting sounds?
I do, I love it.
Thank you.
While he saw darkness behind his eyelids, and the sounds of the clashing swords constantly invaded his ears, Konoe envisioned flying sparks. His breaths overlapped with the beating of his heart, forming a loose rhythm. A fucking banger of a rhythm.
Yeah. I guess this is what being in heat does to you.
I guess so. It helps you create Persona 3 music.
It helps you create fucking bangers.
Yeah. Penis music.
To be fair, I've also written some of the best shit ever.
No, like for real though.
Crazy horny.
Yeah. A quiet fire raged within his hollow body. White, pale, gentle flame. Konoe breathed in deeply. White flame circled over his body in unison. The melody began. The light overflowed from his body to rise below the window. I love the violin in this.
Mm-hmm.
In response to the melody, Rai looked up at the window for a moment, surprised. However, he turned towards the pursuer when he knew Konoe was singing, raising his light-enshrouded sword. Rai must have responded to Konoe's heart with that song. He caught Rai fighting in his slightly open view, feeling euphoria like he was floating. The rhythm constantly echoed in his ears. Konoe subconsciously grabbed the windowsill harder. There was no direct pain, but his body felt that effort slightly. He frowned. With a faint afterimage of light, Rai thrust out his sword. He and the pursuer were fighting evenly, but he gradually became overpowered. The pursuer tried to jump back, but he failed to avoid Rai's sword as it thrust deep. Rai's sword swung down at the same time. The pursuer's sword was flung out of his hand and clattered to the ground. It was over. However, the pursuer struggled to the end, bared his fangs and claws, and pounced on Rai with a growl of intense fury. Rai couldn't lose. Even though he knew that, Konoe instinctively leaned out of the window. The pursuer cat reached Rai's chest at a surprising speed, raising his claws. He was too close. Putting Rai's longsword at a disadvantage, Rai curved his back and suddenly pushed one hand out towards the pursuer to block him. A short scream broke out. Konoe could see red drops scattered. Oh my god, sorry, this song's so good.
Yeah, it's really good.
See red drops scattered even in the darkness. The pursuer cat clutched his face and staggered back. Alright, bye song. You're so good. The melody disappeared. Banger. Goodbye, banger. And banging on my walls. And Rai's body stiffened unnaturally as he stood there. This was bad. His instinct told him so before he could even think. Could Rai possibly? Rai's sleek silver hair billowed slowly. Ah, yes.
Oh. Now he's back to being crazy.
Crazy. Konoe went pale.
Also, compared with the rut he's going through right now, this is
my god,
insane.
This is a lot for him.
Yeah.
His tail fluffed up with tension. I love it because I hear Rai has the same voice actor for Sephiroth, and so I hear I can hear it in the laugh.
Yeah.
Low-pitched sound gradually rose. As if struck by the strange atmosphere, the pursuer cat slowly edged back. Konoe needed to stop this.
Just yell from the moon, just be like, Stop
fighting!
Stop fighting!
Ignore your bloodlust! No, babe, this isn't you!
This isn't you! Resist!
He tried to jump from the window. However, the arm he put out the windowsill trembled. Both his hands and feet were hot, like they'd caught fire. A headache throbbed heavily, and his consciousness blurred. His body was worn out by the rut. He'd exhausted himself by singing. Even if his heart wanted to act, his body refused to. Konoe, take the stairs. You ain't jumping. Take the stairs.
Take the stick.
Konoe grit his teeth and tried to brace his unresponsive body. At that time, his heart suddenly began to beat in a fast rhythm. It was so quick that Konoe himself was surprised. It beat loudly like an alarm bell. Fret gradually spread through him. Rai. Konoe turned his gaze to beneath of the window. That's not right. But okay. A white tail billowed in the night. The next moment he blinked and Rai ran. Within an instant, Rai closed the distance between himself and the pursuer. A roar echoed. It was a threatening roar, like that of a demon. Stop! This isn't you!
This isn't you!
Konoe shouted. But his vision shook shortly after, and his knees buckled. He couldn't stand. He grasped the windowsill desperately with sweating palms, barely able to support his body. His rough breathing didn't feel like his own.
You ever had period cramps like that?
Oh yeah. Huh. The moonlight flashed faintly below his view, then Konoe realized it. He couldn't stop him. His claws bit into the frame of the window in frustration and regret. Rai's sword plunged deep into the pursuer's throat. Red droplets dripped from the point that protruded out of the other side. In addition, Rai was laughing. Blood scattered like flower petals on his white cheek. Konoe's thoughts seemed to melt into heat. His consciousness boiled. His strength... Yes, it's supposed to be his. His strength left his body. His head numbed by the dizzying headaches, Konoe finally crumpled from the windowsill. That was it. He was taken down. Such words floated in his darkening world. What? Where would he be taken? Konoe asked himself even though there was no answer. It felt like someone cried out for an answer inside his mind, but he felt as if it was cloudy, as if underwater, and he couldn't hear what it was saying. His consciousness lost its footing, and he literally fell head over heels into darkness. Whee!
Oh, he fell out of the window?
It looks like it.
Oh, I thought he just, like, crumpled to the ground.
Blood is sweet. Oh, we're blue. He heard the sound of water pouring and suddenly came to. What did he just do? Rai cast a quick look around. Oh, we're Rai's POV.
Oh, I see.
It was deep in the night. The city was asleep. What was the sound of water from before? This nasty smell striking his nose. He looked right below. Then Rai was at a loss for words. The pursuer cat he'd fought a while before lay on his back. He looked horrific, and his body convulsed every now and then. A fountain of red overflowed from his sliced throat. Rai moved his stare to the sword in his grasp. The tip was wet with dark red. He didn't remember. Of course, that didn't mean that he couldn't remember anything. He remembered up until the disarmed pursuer cat launched a desperate attack. After that, he didn't remember a thing. His right eye ached. He put his fingertips to his eye patch. There were remnants from where he had been hit. The pursuer's claws probably struck him. Again. His eye was holding him back, a curse that couldn't be unleashed. Blood might have roused him before, but Rai didn't have these memory lapses until recently. Was it getting worse? The base of his tail burned with slight irritation and frustration. He flicked it hard to shake it off and clicked his tongue. Damn it. With increasing irritation, Rai stabbed his sword into the ground on impulse. He gripped the hilt of the sword hard. As he stared for a while, he waited for that flame of resentment, which could rage at any moment to pass. Spitting out a short sigh, Rai looked to the dead pursuer cat. If he threw him out like this, it would cause a commotion. The forest near Dansen had not yet been eroded by the void. He would be able to return to the earth. Although this was an enemy with whom he battled, Rai wanted to at least give him a funeral. Thinking so, he lifted the corpse.
Is this mean?
That's proud, yeah.
You can't go against the desire of your heart. Have you realized it yet?
This frivolous voice. He turned his gaze. Again. Having appeared without Rai noticing, Frau stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree trunk. Rai frowned harshly. It was just the person Rai wanted to avoid the most. How long were you there?
I like it. All the time. You didn't notice? I mean, it must mean I'm pretty good at not being noticed by a cat so sensitive to the presence of others.
Froud moved his body from the trunk of the tree, floating softly through the air as he approached Rai. In his appearance that dissolved into the night, only his exposed mouth curled into a large, weird grin. Zenbu.
I was watching everything. The whole thing. Everything.
At his suggestive tone, Rai glared harshly at Froud.
貴様、一体何を考えている？どういうつもりだ？
You bastard. What exactly are you thinking? What are your intentions?
どういうつもりって何がかな？
What are my intentions, you like? Wonder what it be.
とぼけるな。
Don't play dumb. Rai drew his sword out of the ground and lifted it. What was his purpose? What was Froud plotting? He had a face like he knew everything. Froud shook his wiry black hair, baring his teeth and laughing in amusement. Oh, tail, yes. Where did I get hair from? I guess I replaced the T with an H. Yeah.
とぼけてるのは君の方さ。今日はまた一段と生き生きしてるね。すごいよ。輝きがはちきれんばかりだ。そろそろ隠しきれなくなってきたんじゃないのかな。
It is you who's feigning ignorance. You're remarkably full of life today. How amazing. Your brightness is ready to burst. Soon, will you still be able to hide it?
何の話だ？
What are you talking about?
わざわざ僕に言わせたいの？答えはそこに転がってるのに。
Why should I bother answering? The answer is lying right before you.
A sharp, narrow jaw nodded towards Rai's feet to show him. There lay the corpse of the cat with his throat cut.
僕は白猫ちゃんの気持ちがよくわかる。ぬくもりを
I love that Froud uses
欲してい
boku.
るんだろう。何よりも近く。
He's just here for a good time,
何よりも濃いぬくもりだ。
not really a long time.
それはまさしく生の命の中にある。
I understand your feelings well, kitty. Do you want warmth? More than anything else, a deep, thick. It's within living things themselves.
Froud put one hand in front of his face and swung it down vigorously. Rai heard the wind hiss. A blade like a sickle appeared from his wrist to his elbow.
Oh shit, hell yeah.
With the edge of that blade, Froud caught the blood that still flowed from the throat of the pursuer cat. Froud held out his arm again. The red drops fell to the ground like crystals.
まだ暖かい。命が燃えていた頃の熱が残ってる。
Still warm. The heat still remains from when his life lost.
やめろ。
Stop it.
知っているくせに。
Even no.
Froud's voice was fraught with unexpected sharpness. It was completely different from his previous frivolity. However, Froud immediately laughed again in his usual tone, and then brought the blade near his lips. He licked off the dripping blood. Rai furrowed his brows tightly, feeling like he was witnessing an awfully horrific ritual.
なぜ俺の前に
Airplane ears.
Angry.
Angry! Why didn't you appear before me?
もちろん楽しいからだよ。
Monsiron?
Because it's fun, of course.
ふざけるな。
Stop messing around.
本当さ。
Why did his titties look so, like, out in this side view?
Both of them.
They got boobs. Sorry, it's just he turned to the side. Now it was like tits. My bad. It's the truth.
Froud lowered the corners of his mouth as to say this was evidently unexpected.
君にちょっかいを出すのがすごく楽しい。君は僕をワクワクさせてくれる。退屈しのぎにはもってこいだ。
Messing with you really is fun. You thrill me. It's the perfect cure for boredom.
目障りだ。
You're an eyesore. Go away.
Didn't
の
ask.
ことが片付いたらね。
Hell plus ratio plus tin
そ
and
れま
ass.
で君は僕のおもちゃってわけだ。
Wow.
Yeah.
After we deal with this. Until then, you're my toy.
Froud was intentionally saying things and acting in a way that Rai hated. He had a provocative attitude, like he didn't care about about worldly matters. Rai knew this, and still he seethed with anger.
尻尾が毛羽立ってる。
Hehe.
怒ってるのかな？何？もうすぐだよ。もうすぐ君は痛感するはずだ。嘘なんかついても無駄だってね。
I was like, are you done, Diva?
Yeah.
Your tail's gone, Fluffy. Are you mad? It's almost time now. You should realize it soon. Even if you lie to yourself, it's useless.
チャチな理性は本能の欲求には抗えない。人間もそうだった。もしその時
Your cheap reasoning can't deny the desires of your instincts. Humans were like that too. Then...
Froud stretched out one arm and snapped it inward with great momentum. His movement generated a gust of wind. The wind captured the corpse of the pursuer cat, raised it up and swept it away to Froud. An arm wrapped in black luster caught the body.
君さえよかったら歓迎するよ。こちらへ来る気になったらいつでもね。
If you'd like, I'll welcome you. If you feel inclined, come here at any time. Hmm?
どういう意味だ？
What do you mean?
そのままさ。
It means what I said.
Froud shrugged his shoulders with a light tone and began to rise, carrying the body of the dead cat.
そいつをどうするつもりだ？
What are you going to do with him?
弔うつもりだったんだろ？代行するよ。サービスだ。それより早く部屋に
Oh,
戻
I
ったら
guess he
どうだい？
didn't fall out. I guess he did just kind of crumple to the ground.
Maybe.
Did you plan to bury him? I'll act on your behalf. It's a service. Besides, won't you return to your room soon?
部屋？
Room.
君の大切な猫ちゃんが力尽きて倒れてるよ。かわいそうに。
Yeah, so he's just on the ground. He just said, "Oh,
He's just,
time
oh,
to
good
go."
night.
Okay.
Oh, good night.
Your precious kitty is on the ground in exhaustion. Poor thing.
My kitty!
My kitty!
My precious kitty! Then Rai remembered
You're right,
Konoe.
my kitty!
He's like, oh shit!
My boyfriend! I mean, my not boyfriend!
I mean, my situationship right now?
I mean, my,
My bonded pair, but we're not a bonded pair yet?
I mean, my,
Konoe forced himself to sing while his body ran hot with a fever. Thanks to him, Rai could end the battle quickly. But no one had told Konoe he needed to sing. Oh, you're so funny, Rai.
Right. Gaslight, gatekeep.
Girl boss. The opponent wasn't a team either. He was alone. And Rai could manage that enough on his own. That stupid cat. Did he really intend to die young?
You're the one. Okay, whatever.
Rai subconsciously clicked his tongue as he began to walk. He looked at Froud over his shoulder. Froud's figure gleamed in the moonlight and rose high into the sky, carrying the corpse. Rai glared harshly and turned in the direction of the inn.
Go save him. Go to him.
いつ気づくのかな。
Oh, sorry. My headphones were uncomfortable. When will you realize? I wonder.
Froud murmured. His words fell alone into the night sky, not reaching Rai's ears far below. A silver figure went back to the inn. Looking at the mark of the living nightmare within him, Froud suppressed his laughter. As if drawn endlessly to the beautiful moon, he rose higher into the night. Slowly drawing a wicked spiral, droplets of blood streamed down from the corpse into the night air. He remembered laughing when the warmth fell upon his face. Are we in a memory? We are.
Yay, remember.
Memory time! In the days of his childhood was the secret joy he felt while hunting the exaltation of the end. Rai remembered. The purpose of hunting was, of course, to improve his skills with the sword. So it was at the beginning, but it gradually changed. In order to hunt, Rai greatly improved with his sword. In simply superficial terms, there was nothing wrong with that. However, it wasn't so. Really, he wanted to obtain relief, so he hunted. If Rai touched the blood overflowing from the body he'd torn, if he was soaked with it, then he felt relieved. He was nervous. He was always weighed down. There was a fear that he walked in an unknown darkness. Even if he was told what to be, no one was there to hold his hand. But Rai couldn't show weakness. If he showed it, he'd surely be left behind. But he never looked those worries in the face. It gradually became the norm, and he became unaware of it, feeling nothing. That was why Rai laughed. The flesh and blood warmth that sank into the cold darkness was his salvation. It was beautiful, and he craved it. When he felt it, or when he had presentiment, relief and excitement flooded into his chest cavity, and his expression naturally relaxed. It was the same back then. That night was Rai's greatest nightmare. His lungs felt like they'd burst at his rough breathing. Constantly raising a low growl, Rai bristled up his tail and his ears folded back. His white coat was stained red. His muscles had been pushed beyond their limit and they screamed in pain. But at the same time, he felt good. Having confronted an opponent that required all his strength stimulated his instinct as a warrior. Rather than anger or fear, he felt a fighting spirit and pure pleasure. There was pain, there was unrest, but more than that, he enjoyed it. Rai tightly clenched the hilt of his sword in both hands. His opponent was wounded too, and they probably had the same amount of energy remaining. He didn't want to win, but he didn't intend to lose. From whose body did this red drip? Maybe it was a wound he suffered. Maybe it was his victim's blood which drenched his body. A scent like rust, like vivid life hung over them. He felt the heat inside his wounds rise with the violent beating of his pulse. He realized he was alive, his flesh and blood in his opponent's, engraving life into each other's resilient flesh. There was pain. There was unrest. But more than anything, he felt good. Rai was wrapped in that warmth he never stopped craving. He wondered if he could find such a happy situation elsewhere. Rai laughed at the thought. The hunter and the hunted. The bounty hunter and his target. Such relationships had ceased to matter. Wiping his wet cheeks with bloody hands, he looked to his approaching enemy. The voice that leaked softly from his throat soon turned into loud laughter. His enemy roared louder in response. It was his sign to run. The claws that met Rai's gleamed abominably in the darkness and... Okay, and now is a great time that my roommate has also chosen to vacuum, so I hope you can't hear it.
I can hear it a little bit, but not crazy like the bang.
Okay, well, yeah, the bang was right on my wall.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead and read this for me.
Take a deep breath. Waking abruptly, Rai looked up. He falls. His thing dispersed into a sigh. A sharp pain stabbed through his right eye. He pressed a hand to it. He shut his left, inhaled deep, and slowly exhaled. He'd fallen asleep again. Rai looked around. The light of the guiding leaf had gone out, and the moonlight shone slightly from the window. On the bed next to his, there was a lump huddled under a blanket. If Rai listened carefully, he heard the regular breathing of someone sleeping. When Rai had returned to the room, Konoe had collapsed beside the window. Yeah, okay, so he didn't fall out the window. Thank God. His body was tired with fever. He seemed to have exhausted his strength by singing his song. Well, he thought that this guy was an enormous idiot. Rai raised Konoe and put him. Oh, that's so sweet. His skin was surprisingly hot to touch. Konoe had been restless for a while, but now he seemed to have settled down. Ever since, Rai looked out through the window at the moon, unable to sleep. On nights when he couldn't sleep, he always looked at the moon.
What? Occasionally. He put him in bed. He said, there you go, I tuck you in.
He said, oh, what are you doing, idiot?
Occasionally, the evening air brushed his hair and cheeks. The air was like a clear, thin blade, and he realized the arrival of winter was near. His dreams were terrible. The sights were fearfully vivid and dispersed as soon as he woke up. His nightmares were always past memories. However, Rai felt that recently his dreams were gradually changing. The colors and sensations were more vivid than ever before. Surely they were trying to tell him something. Was something coming? It was by no means a good thing. Rai knew he was changing. It was a living nightmare and he couldn't stop it. Rai closed his eyes and furrowed his brows hard. An awfully heavy sigh subconsciously leaked from his lips. Always, a corner of his mind was tormented by worry, as if it licked by flames. In the silence, Rai heard the faint breathing of someone sleeping. He turned his gaze to the next bed, trying to get a better look at that lump underneath the blankets. Rai narrowed his eyes. He heard a loud sound from his body. It wasn't his heart. It grew bigger and bigger inside of him, the stirrings of a dark impulse. Rai knew...
I'm so sorry, was that high sound in the game?
What sound?
Give me... Yes, okay, it was the bell. It sounded... In my house, I have an alarm when the door opens.
Oh, yes.
And
yeah.
I almost had a panic attack.
No, it's that chime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, continue. I'm so sorry.
Like, fuck!
I was about to be like, oh,
it's
give
like
me
the both
1
of
second.
us, the other people in our house, is just like, mine's just decided to do construction now, so...
Oh, no, it's not that. It's not
But
near
yeah.
time for other people to be coming.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, give me 1 moment.
No, you're good.
But no, it's okay. I'm so sorry. Continue.
Mm-hmm. I knew this disgusting feeling well, so he could never free it. He had to kill it. Again, he looked up at the sky through the window. The dazzling moon dissolved a clear white light on the dark night. Rai would wear this same face, even if all the living things in the world died because of the void. The detestable and the precious. When he looked up at night, the moon was always there. Even if Rai was no longer himself, that same moon would be reflected in his eye. Well. Morning! You did it, Konoe. You survived.
You did it.
You survived your first cycle. Woo! Congratulations! Woo! His consciousness surfaced as if from a dream. Konoe peeped out from underneath the blankets where he'd buried himself. His open view was slightly blurry, and he blinked several times. The back of his eyes were tired. Just the back of his eyes. But it wasn't an unpleasant tiredness. Rather, the heat had subsided and Konoe felt refreshed. The room was dim. It wasn't because of the darkness of the night, but because the windows were closed. Konoe idly looked up at the ceiling for a while, partly because he'd just woken up. His thoughts were muddy. I mean, so fucking real. I wake up and I just stare.
You're like, you process being
Mm-hmm. His consciousness cleared little by little and he sat up. After lightly shaking his head, Konoe looked around the room again. Oh, why? The other bed was completely empty, and Rai was nowhere to be seen. He'd probably gone out. Konoe thought so and felt relieved. Because of all that happened yesterday, it was hard to meet Rai face to face. However, Konoe was also began to feel slightly lonely. Oh. Knowing he'd keep thinking these unnecessary thoughts if he kept still, Konoe slid both hands outward and stretched. Then he started grooming. Over the course of a while, he slowly combed through his hair and fur with his tongue. When he finished grooming, Konoe got up from the bed and walked to the barrel of water. His throat was parched from the heat. Now he greedily craved water, so Konoe drank absorbedly.
He was
fucking thirsty.
He woke up and he was like...
Parched. After he After he quenched his thirst, he got dressed and opened the window wide to let some fresh air in. It's cold, it's chilly. Cold air flowed in from the window. It felt nice and Konoe took a deep breath. The sky was covered with clouds. Because it had cooled down considerably, it might snow soon. When Konoe woke up and his thought basked in the light from outside, some of what happened yesterday emerged in his mind again. When he visited the brothel, though he forgot it in the heat of the rut, Rai had... Oh, drilled information. I see.
Oh.
Sorry, I misread that. I was like, huh? Oh. Rai had drilled plenty of information from a female cat named Mana. He remembered demon, sacrifice, and a cave at Mirror Lake. It was probably the demon Rai had fought, the one that took his right eye. Konoe wasn't sure, but it was probably it. A cave by Mirror Lake? A place in the woods northeast of Runsen. Were they going there? He thought of it incidentally. Although Konoe didn't think that he would go, he didn't know what would happen, and it wasn't in his nature to keep still. Even if he asked Rai, Konoe wouldn't get an answer. Konoe felt that Rai's mental state was gradually getting worse. It wasn't something he could just ignore any longer. The spectacle he seen last night by the window as he panted from heat, Rai brandishing his swords with laughter, running. After that, he heard a dull sound, a reflective flash of moonlight shining in his eyes. That laughter rang in his ears, haunting him. Just the memory made Konoe's hair stand on end. Rai was no longer Rai. Instead of a temporary change, it was like he was being eroded. Like the void devouring the forest. What was behind that sneer? If Rai knew about these thoughts, he'd be angry and tell Konoe not to do anything unnecessary. Even so, that was preferable. It was still better to leave it behind them and fight, rather than live in an atmosphere of resentment. To be Sangha and Toga, their hearts need to be connected. Even though Rai didn't need to reveal everything, in this state it was difficult to deepen their trust. For that purpose, Konoe wanted to know. The base of his tail suddenly tensed up. Meow. Hi, Bardo. Konoe closed the window and left the room, moving to the first floor.
I know. I just had coffee. I'm probably gonna make me tired.
Bardo rested his elbows on the counter in the waiting room, sitting at the desk and apparently unoccupied by anything. Yesterday, before he left the inn, Bardo gave him advice about Rai. Remembering that, Konoe advanced with slightly tense legs. Bardo noticed his footsteps and looked towards Konoe.
Yo.
Bardo's voice was normal, and Konoe was secretly relieved. He's not gonna just like bring it up, you know? He's like, hey, did you get dick last night?
Hey, you got fucked yesterday?
You got fucked yesterday? Good for you.
Hey, you got fucked? Good for you, bud.
Good for you, baby.
Konoe would be like, I have to kill myself.
Exactly. You're up late this morning. It's almost afternoon.
You sure are free.
祭りが終わったら本格的な冬支度だからな。宿も冬眠だ。
You know, I was thinking maybe it's because it's
It could
almost
be a
hibernation
hibernation thing,
部
yeah.
屋に閉じこもってたようだが。
Since the festival is over, I normally prepare for winter at full force. Even the inn is hibernating. Anyway, what happened yesterday? Seems like you were shut inside your room all day. Yeah, I was a little, tired. From
Just
stuff.
tired.
何か食うか？簡単なもんなら出せる。
Yes!
Meshkuya. Want something to eat? I can cook up something simple for you.
No, I'm fine.
そうか。ま、あんまり無理せんようにな。
I see. Well, don't overexert yourself. Instead of responding, Konoe lightly swayed his tail. He left the inn and went out onto the main street. He headed straight north, advancing through the waves of cats. He walked even past the library, and the silhouette of the dense forest came into view. On the last day of the festival, they'd enter the forest to attack the pursuers that appeared at the library. Konoe stopped before he set foot inside. It had been since he ran away from Kato that he entered the forest alone like this. The damage of the void had not yet reached around Nansen. Even knowing that, he hesitated. Konoe walked on with grim determination. We're going on our trip. The dusky forest was illuminated by a cloudy light. Although there couldn't be any danger, it still had an eerie air. Konoe jumped even at the calls of birds that occasionally echoed. He felt the presence of insects and small animals, but couldn't see them. Konoe was wary of intruders that may have been hidden. In this atmosphere, he felt like it was unavoidable. It didn't even cross his mind to walk around innocently. He didn't think it was caused by the erosion of the void. When did forests get like this? His whole body was tense, so he could immediately sense if anything happened. Lowering his tail cautiously, Konoe advanced while listening to the surrounding sounds with alert, erect ears. The female cat at the brothel. Mana said that Mirror Lake was to the east. He waded through the waist-high grass and kept walking. After Konoe had advanced for a while, a strong, humid scent drifted. It meant he was near water. He stepped cautiously on the black soil, feeling it grow softer. Ahead, he saw a clearing between the trees. He quickened to a trot and jumped over a fallen log.
Oh. I was like, what's that noise? My AC is not on.
Is it me?
No, it's raining
Ah.
here.
Ah, I see. You got my rain now.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. It's still raining for me too, though. When he passed through the grove, Konoe stood in a place where he could overlook everything and gasped quietly. Like, but quieter. He thought the heavens were below his feet. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh.
Map!
Map! Yes, we've made it to the lake!
Where were we before? Oh,
We were in the
goodbye.
city. Yeah. That main city that you could see. The sky covered in dark clouds would spread all over. The shadows of the dead branches and trees grew from every direction as if to cover it up. The view overhead was reflected on the lake. The upside-down sky seemed to go on into eternity. It was a fantastic illusion. At the other side, I also love this song.
Yeah, the song is.
At the other side of the lake was a wall of rock, but he couldn't see anything that resembled a cave. Konoe wondered if it wasn't visible from here. He walked to the edge of the lake and quietly looked into the water. His face was clearly reflected. It really was like a mirror. Konoe involuntarily brought his nose close. He could smell the water perfectly. Would he try to touch it? When he reached his hand out, a cold wind blew from up ahead. It shook Konoe's fur and tail. The leaves and grass made a whispering sound. A small ripple stood out on the surface of the lake that seemed to trap the sky. Konoe stretched out his fingertip and touched it. It was cold. When he put his hand in the water, he felt a cold that made him shrink back. However, he immediately noticed something. Although a ripple surely spread over the surface of the water, his fingertips didn't sink in. When he touched its surface, he felt a solid rather than a liquid. Konoe pulled his hand back in wonder. Drops dripped from his fingertips with a light splash. He brought his face close to the water and stared intently at it. When he let out his breath in a huff, the surface of water trembled. He pushed his palm down this time. It didn't sink below the water, and he touched something hard. Nevertheless, the scattered waves spread in a circle around his hand. It was strange. Konoe heard the sound of the water, and he smelled its scent. Though the surface of the water trembled, he didn't know what caused this phenomenon. However, if he didn't sink, Konoe came up with something. Would it be possible to walk across this lake too?
Jesus!
Yeah, Jesus! Jesus!
No.
The Lord is with us today! Oh,
I know.
oh, hold on, sorry. Oh, okay.
It's okay.
I'm stretching and adjusting. Actually, let me get...
I just had to like. I didn't eat shit this time.
eat shit this time. Ow, okay.
Even on 2 hours, God. So much happens in Lamento and nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Okay. Don't worry, we have, oh my eye. Oh, God. We have...
So much is happening.
We have 3... Wait, 3? Yes, 3 more choices.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's not that I'm having the best time of my life, but do you know how far we are from the my knee again?
Real fucking in it. Like, we're almost there.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
If we I don't think we'll finish it in this stream, but within at least the next 2.
Okay.
Like this one, and depending on if we do another longish one. So between 2 to 3, we're almost there.
Oh my god, 2 to 3.
2 to 3. I don't know for sure. We'll have to see.
It's, again, I'm so sorry if, like, people are, or if, I don't know, I feel like there's not enough content in these, but again, it's like,
this is
5 hours
yeah.
and my brain is like, we barely did anything.
No, this is it. It's a book. You're just reading a book. Book with pictures and sex.
Boys.
Boys kissing. That's what Lamento is. I told you. It's like so... Lamento is so crazy lore heavy. It's just a bunch of story. It's great. I love it.
It is.
Hey. Konoe stooped down again and lightly struck the surface of the water with his fist. After he confirmed the sensation, he stood, having... and putting a foot forward. Konoe heard a louder splash than from his fingertips. He might sink in. The fur of his tail stood on end. However, his groundless fears soon ended. With small ripples, Konoe's feet touched the surface of the lake. Even if he put down his weight, he didn't sink. He tried to put down his other foot. It was okay. Konoe looked down at his feet dumbfounded. His timid face was reflected. If he stepped lightly, his reflection was distorted with the movement of the water. Do. Taking slow, deep breaths, Konoe began to walk. The opposite shore was there before his eyes. He almost reached it. Suddenly, Konoe's vision shook strongly. His body leaned back. At first he thought the ground was shaking, but that wasn't it. Was he the one shaking? Konoe felt dizzy. He put his hands on his knees. With a loud splashing, many ripples scattered across the lake. Pain ran all through his body to the echoing sound of his heartbeat. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally curled up. He grit his teeth. His nerves seemed to be pulled to the point of tearing. It was so painful. Unable to breathe, he barely managed to exhale a shaky breath. On that solid water, he struggled. For a moment, the afterimage of a loose curve flashed through his mind. Green, yellow, blue, red. The four-colored lights flared. He knew them. The same thing happened to him before, but he couldn't recall when. Cold sweat rolled from his temples. He knew the feeling of something wriggling deep in his stomach. Slimy, heavy, wriggling and thrashing. In pain, he stretched out an arm in an attempt to find something to hold on to. His arm was reflected in his hazy view, and then Konoe gasped. This was unmistakably his own arm, but he couldn't believe it. Was it a dream? No, this had to be a dream. He still had a fever and just collapsed from it. As he tried to persuade himself, he grew pale. Almost comically, his body trembled with a rattle. His bones, his skin, his muscles, everything strained and became stiff. He looked at his other arm. It was the same. On the surface of his arms, the markings appeared in a vivid black.
Oh, he didn't say it yet. Oh, I'm so sorry, but my boy. I'm so sorry.
He muttered involuntarily. Forcibly trying to peel his eyes away from his marked arms, Konoe turned his gaze to his tail. He was terrified. His tail tucked between his legs was tainted with a provocative black from base to its ugly tip. Oh. The world turned black before his eyes. The pain had vanished somewhere, and Konoe sat up. His rampaging heart seemed ready to explode at any moment. His halted breathing now leaked through his lips. He's cursed again! He averted his shaky vision below him. The surface of Mirror Lake reflected the same sky. You got little black ears? Yeah.
Oh no.
He was at a loss for words. He saw himself in the inverted sky. His ears had also turned black. Why? Wasn't the curse supposed to be broken? Back then, when Leaks took the power of the devils in that clearing. Had the devil's power returned? Or was the curse still not broken? He didn't know. He didn't understand. He couldn't even think. He could think of nothing at all. He felt that moment he had taken another step, he'd plunge into a dark abyss. All he knew was that this pain, these markings, his ears and tail stained with black were all reality. Exactly the same as when he was cursed before. Why? Why?
Oh. Going away.
Yeah. He broke into
I'm
a
sad.
run. Yeah, I know. I'm sad.
I like him so much.
Yeah. He broke into a run as soon as he stood up. Past the lake, into the forest. His emotions were raging. They drove him now. He couldn't stop. He had no idea where he was running to. He only heard his own breathing and saw nothing but darkness. His eyes could only focus straight ahead, but he couldn't see anything. Why? Ow. Why? These questions roiled in his head and gradually turned to a scream. As he ran, he tripped over his own feet and fell noisily. His body had slammed to the ground, but the pain seemed distant. He didn't get up. his cheek pressed to the ground. His trembling hands gripped and tore at the grass. His rough breathing was mixed with his growling voice. Both his vision and his thoughts blurring, Konoe did not move for a while. Even if he felt repulsion from the others until now, he never bore grudges or cursed anyone, but now it felt like that was the only feeling he knew. Who did he curse? No one. Perhaps the gods or whoever decided this fate. This was too much for him. He was just a cat born in Kado. So why did this have to happen to him? What had he done? Surely it would have been difficult, but it would have been fine if he could have just led a quiet life. This was his only desire, nothing more.
I'm sad.
Yeah. His fist pounded the ground, and with that, the power faded from his body. Losing willpower, he tried to close his eyes, but just before he did so, Konoe fixed his gaze on something. It was strange. Although everything else seemed blurry, only this particular thing appeared awfully clear in his eyes. For some reason. It felt like it was asserting its existence on Konoe. Was it an illusion created by his despair? Lifting his face, he strained his eyes. It looked like a ring. It was a modest silver ring, not especially adorned with gems or ornamentation. It was awfully fascinating. At the same time, he experienced an intense impulse. It was an unreserved desire, simmering underneath the top layer of his emotions. The desire wriggled and screamed within his consciousness. That thing, he wanted it. His mind made up, he reached out a hand and grasped the ring. The moment he grabbed it, he tensed. He remembered he had another troublesome power aside from his ability to empathize. A power that peered into past events. If this ring still held the feeling of its owner, would he end up looking into its past? But this seemed like a needless anxiety. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Konoe gazed at the ring. It was really just an ordinary ring. But then, why was he so attracted to it? His uneasy desire didn't stop. The fur on his tail swelled. Fixedly gazing at it, he noticed something on it. Letters were carved into the surface of the ring. Trying to read what they said, Konoe quietly moved his lips. The letters went around the ring in a pattern, likely carving out a phrase. When he read it to the end, he wondered if it was a song. One more time, he read it out from the start, this time voicing it louder. He tried to put it in tune with the melody. There was no mistake. This was a song. But the moment he confirmed that, something happened. His heart echoed loudly again. He grimaced at the sharp pain. A high and low-pitched tone mingled, ringing in his ears. This sensation, it was still different from the curse. This was. Woo! Before he recognized it, an image began to flow in his mind. What first appeared was a terrifying face with its mouth agape. His body shrank back in surprise. There was no sound, but he felt like he could clearly hear a cry. It was an image Konoe had never seen before. This was probably the past owner of the ring. He was glimpsing at their memories. But why? Something had happened when he touched it before. Even as he wondered this, images poured in from one to the next. Cats writhing in agony. Cats crying and screaming while being sprung upon by enemies. Cats sinking into seas of blood. He shuddered. It was all just like this. The souls of the deceased. Who the hell was this owner? He wanted to fling the ring out of his hand, but he couldn't. Pain noises. As if clinging to him, the ring would not come off his hand. The image became even more severe, cruel, and vivid. One after another they came and overwhelmed him, these memories of the past becoming one winding motion. They were carved deeply into Konoe's consciousness. He was thrown around, caught up and crushed. He struggled, suffocating in the sea of memories. His consciousness gradually went numb. What would happen to him? He had no idea. But it was so horrible. He didn't want to be engulfed. If he was, the memories flowed even into his heart. lapping at Konoe from the inside. His desperate resistance was in vain. His clinging fingers started to part from that final handhold. He was exhausted. Finally, he parted with his consciousness. Oh, good night. He felt he could hear someone's laughter in the distance. When Rai returned to the room, Konoe wasn't there. He probably left somewhere. I thought so, but didn't care very much, and dawn broke on an empty bed. We'll start caring. When Rai looked through the window, the sky was cloudy. It was darker than yesterday. Rai sat on his own bed and let out a short sigh. He wasn't Konoe's guardian. He didn't need to quibble about his destination, and he didn't need to get upset if Konoe was absent for only a day. However, Rai intuitively thought something had happened. He had a bad feeling. But he didn't think he'd go out and look for him. First of all, Rai had no idea where Konoe could have gone. Although Konoe possibly could have gone to the alley again, if he went out there alone again, then he really was an idiot. Speaking of other possibilities, Leek's pursuers. Possibility existed, and in that case, Konoe deserved what was coming to him. Alright, buddy. Rai advised him many times not to go. Although he could take care of thugs to a certain extent, it was a different story with Leek's pursuers. He's sad! Look at how sad he is. Oh no.
He misses him.
He misses him. It's so sad.
Sad.
Exhaling sharply again, Rai stopped thinking about it. The brunt of his irritation was toward himself. Why did he care so much? Konoe wasn't a kid and he didn't have to come back all day. Rai swung around and realized he was lashing his tail, thumping it hard against the bed.
He's angry, he's worried.
Angry, his angry cat tail.
Where's his wife? Where's wife?
Where's wife? The reason Rai was so worried was clear. If he lost Konoe, he'd lose his Sangha. It was a huge blow to lose his carefully cultivated Sangha.
Sure, whatever.
So,
whatever.
So what? What else is there? Rai murmured softly. His gaze dropped from the window to his hand.
That he lost. Oh my god, he's gonna go on a
Oh my god, Asato's gonna go crazy. He had no other reason to worry about Konoe. Okay. Now who's the Baka Neko? Although it was obvious, his irritation didn't clear. Rai stood to mask his unsatisfied feelings and moved to the window. The thick clouds shrouded the sky, completely blocking the light of the day's moon. Because the temperature didn't increase, the air outside was cold. Konoe would come back soon. Rai's bad feelings must have only been groundless apprehensions. Especially strong wind blew in from the window, as if responding to him. Narrowing his eyes, Rai fixed his gaze on the Ronsen cityscape that quietly spread beneath him. Whoa.
Oh.
Oh? Bum bum bum. A shadow passed through a dirty alley. It was the shadow of a young cat dressed in a hooded cloak. He stepped firmly on the ground in a leisurely gait without hesitation. He slipped through as if he didn't see the trashy cats. The cats curled up at the roadside. And the alley cats hanging around didn't seem aware of the hooded cat's presence. He was there without being there. Across the thin film, Reality and non-reality secretly coexist. The hooded cat arrived in a particular location. He opened an old door and set foot inside. White haze and vulgar noise spread out in his field of view. It was a surly tavern. A large cat with gray fur sat near the doorway. Hey, bitch! Looking up at the promise of a new guest. His heavy-lidded eyes opened in surprise for a moment, and his mouth distorted. Hey, this guy. Isn't this the cat from the other day? The guy with the crooked tail? He stubbornly showed up again. The other cats looked toward the entrance at his voice, smiling just as rudely as the gray cat. He knew, even if the newcomer was hidden by a hood, he'd been utterly rebuked and wouldn't forget that humiliation. The gray cat stood. The other cats also stood and surrounded the hooded cat. The smiles on each of their faces were tinged with extraordinary tenacity. A low sound came from their throats, and most cats bristled their tails out. Oh, your white friend isn't here?
You want to go to function without my...
With a blatantly provocative tone, the gray cat approached the hooded cat. The hooded cat looked down and didn't move. Not even the tip of his tail twitched. You got nothing to say? Huh? His terribly threatening voice got no reaction either. You just want to stand there and die. The gray cat sneered, his voice mocking. Laughter suddenly broke out from around them. Indeed, an evil-looking reddish-brown cat got really into the swing of it and tried to grab the hooded cat's arm. As soon as he did that, there was a loud sound, and the air in the bar froze. The cats were dumbfounded, staring at the sight before them with flabbergasted expressions, not knowing what was happening. However, the reddish-brown cat grimaced when he realized he'd hit the floor. His raised arms had been twisted. The hooded cat, he'd done it. The noisiness from before seemed like an impossibility, and the inside of the bar was now dead quiet. The hooded cat raised his hand and slowly looked around at the cats surrounding him. A small growl stirred in him. His eyes were without light. The cats who met those frightful eyes drew back. The hooded cat was silent and turned his gaze to the gray cat. This bastard. The gray cat bared his fang, suggesting a fright he couldn't fully hide. He took a liquor crock? A crock?
I guess so.
Off a table and threw himself at the hooded cat in desperation. His robust, massive figure seemed likely to crush the hooded cat's petite frame. Do you think he's petite?
Oh, you think he's little?
Hee. Anyone still here didn't think that there was any competition, but... The small body jumped back nimbly. The raised liquor bottle missed its target, and the gray cat tried to change the orientation of his body. The hooded cat drew a sword and knocked the liquor bottle from his hand. Whoa. The gray cat let out a particularly intense growl as he drew both claws on the hooded cat. His swinging arm cut the wind. The cat kicked up a chair to evade it. The gray cat's movements became more rough and rapid, but the hooded cat almost seemed to be playing. Hee. Shit, you bastard. The gray cat picked up the fallen chair and hurled it with force. And the bartender is just like, man, fucking again.
He's just like...
God damn it. The hooded cat kicked the table where he stood, trying to jump the other tables. However, the gray cat indiscriminately knocked down neighboring tables. How many times can we say tables in one paragraph? Losing his opportunities to dodge, the hooded cat leapt high above. He flew over the gray cat and landed on the ground behind him. The gray cat turned back to keep a close eye on him. Yeah, get him. He pounced on the hooded cat's unprotected back. At the same moment, the cat turned. A dull sound echoed, and the gray cat's eyes opened wide. A muffled groan leaked from between his clenched teeth. The hooded cat had thrown a kick right into his stomach. The gray cat clutched his stomach and sank to his knees. Before his eyes, the hooded cat thrust out the tip of his sword. The gray cat fixed his gaze on those lightless eyes, openly showing fear. Opening his eyes under furrowed brows, he shook his head weakly and trembled. Soon the sword was shaken hard. Whoop! It swung at his chin, and the gray cat fell to the floor. The people surrounding them stirred. The hooded cat didn't utter a word as he turned on his heel and headed towards the door. A tense silence saw him off. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye.
The door creaked open and the gray cat went outside. A faint smile crossed the hooded cat's Konoe's lips. The next place to go was the brothel. He saw an old building ahead of him. The back alley was darker than the usual because of the clouds covering the sky, and it gave the brothel an even more eerie, grave atmosphere. He arrived at the front of the firmly closed doors. When he hit the door with his fist, a small window opened up just above his line of vision. Who's there?
この間も来た。眼帯をした白い猫と一緒に。
I came to the white.
Oh.
Eyes peeking from the window narrowed sharply, and he heard the sound of a key being removed. The door opened slowly. The red-filled hall appeared. The owner cat stood aside, and Konoe immediately began to walk towards the stairs.
お客様、ちょっと困りますよ。
No!
Oh. What was the fucking voice I gave this bitch?
You gave him something funny.
Mr. Guest, moment, you should not.
I think you gave him kind of a voice that was like, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm going after.
A panicked voice chased him. When he ignored it, his arm was grabbed wildly from behind.
ふざけるな。ここがどこだか分かってるのか。お前みたいな客を消すことぐらい、こっちはわけないんだからな。
Give me a break. Do you understand where you are? I won't hesitate to remove a customer like you.
Konoe narrowed his eyes and walked to the source of the hysterical screaming. He reached his hand to the owner's forehead.
何をする気だ、花。
What are you doing? Let.
黙れ。
Oh my. Konoe.
Mm.
Be quiet.
The palm he had put to the owner cat's forehead glowed. The cat's body trembled violently, and he just collapsed to the floor.
Get flashbanged.
Get flashbanged.
全て忘れている。
When you wake up, forget all of this.
What must have been Konoe murmured these words, then headed up the stairs.
Pshoom!
Meow. What? He violently threw open the door. A shrill scream rang. Inside the room were Mana and a guest who stiffened at the sudden intruder. Both were on the bed, the visitor half naked. With a stunned look, Mana pulled the blankets to her chest. The smell of sweet perfume graced the tip of his nose. The guest seemed to be a cat of reasonably high status. He broke out into sweat and panicked. Konoe held one hand out to the visitor who tried to jump out of the room, holding his shed clothing. A pale light flashed and the guest stopped moving, falling face down to the floor. Flashbang!
It's just like
He's got the Men in Black fucking...
Yeah, I was literally about to say he's got the Men in Black. Just like, okay, just stand there.
It's like, alright, look at the light. Thank you. Huh? Wait a minute. Is he dead?
眠らせただけだ。目が覚めたら 何も覚えていない。
He's only sleeping. When he wakes, he won't remember any.
Mana raised her face at the fearsome scene, but frowned when she saw Konoe.
あんたこの間の
Yeah.
団体野郎と一緒にいたこと
I read that wrong, and I thought that the jerk was somewhere else in the sentence.
Uh-huh.
You came here to jerk it with the eye patch?
Yeah. You, from last time, aren't you the kid who came here with the eye patch jerk? Konoe didn't answer, just staring back at Mana. Mana shrank back at that look, clearly showing a color of fear. Her ears were fully lowered, and her tail, which seemed thin and soft, also fell.
なんか違う猫みたい
Well, it's like you're a different cat. Mana muttered feebly. The thing that looked like Konoe looked around the room in an unhurried gesture.
Oh. Sad.
Flashy colors, glittering decorations, a sweet scent overflowing. Many males had come and gone in this room.
Yeah, you sure
I bet they
have.
did. Mana took them, accepted them. She simply broke them off, all of them, into one body.
楽しいのか。
Is it fun?
Mana's lowered ears perked slightly. Konoe was silent and stared at one point in the air, but soon turned his gaze toward Mana.
お前がオスを受け入れる理由は何だ。
She's a working woman.
She's a working lady.
She's gotta pay bills somehow.
For what reason do you take all these men? Is it because...
Ooh, I don't know if it was caught on stream, but you cut out at the end.
Aw, fuck. Come on, man. I can't... Oh, man. Whatever.
Oh, man.
何言ってるの
What are you talking about?
若いメスは貴重な存在だ。こんなことをしなくとも望めば十分に優遇されるはずだろう。
Young women are invaluable. Even if you didn't do something like that, you could be treated as favorably as you wished.
Mana was stunned for a while. She seemed to be bewildered by the sudden question and Konoe's different behavior. However, she eventually opened her mouth.
貴重だからこそでしょオスはメスを求めてる私は夢を与えてるだけよ
Simply because they're precious, right? Men demand women. I'm only fulfilling their dreams. Konoe's eyes narrowed, like a keen-edged. Okay, I see. Because I was like, I thought it was like a full word a full word that got cut off, and I was like, what the fuck? A keen-edged needle. His gaze was filled with quiet intent.
自分自身ではなく、メスとして求められることに満足しているというのか。ならば、お前にとって愛するとはどういう意味を持つのだ。
If it's not for yourself, would you say you are satisfied being demanded as a female? And what's love mean to you?
はあんたちょっと本当に何って
Huh? Wait. What are you really saying?
答えろ。
Answer.
At the incomprehensible question, Mana's face had a look of mixed embarrassment and disgust, but her body stiffened when he released his scathing voice. There was a compelling power in his voice. Mana kept silent, biting her lip and scowling at the strange cat before her. Of course she was scared, but he'd forced himself into the room and treated her like this. It also ruined her work.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck? And still, this cat only asked trifling questions. Gradually, anger welled up and overtook her fear.
何バカなこと言ってるのよ 愛？そんなもの、こっちが聞きたい。どこにあるのよ。あったとしても、もうとっくの昔に滅んでる。
What kind of stupid things are you saying? Love? I would like to know the same thing. Where does it exist? Even if it does, it already died for me long ago.
メスは貴重。確かにそうね。だって、唯一子孫を残せる存在だもの。若ければ若いほどね。子供いっぱい産めるもんね。
Women are certainly treasured, of course. I mean, they exist only to bear offspring. Having young while young themselves. Having as many kids as possible.
種族を存続させるために必要な手段。私はずっとそう言われて生きてきた。
Are necessary means for our race to survive. All my life they told me this. While she spun her words, Mana's anger blazed up more. She clenched her cold hands in tension and resentment.
みんなメスが必要なんでしょう。あんたの言った通り、私自身は問題じゃないのよ。だから、愛するとか愛さないとか、そんなことはどうでもいい。むしろ邪魔なだけ。
Everyone said women are necessary, right? You're right. It doesn't matter for me. So things like love or being loved doesn't matter. They're only obstacles.
そんなことわざわざ聞いて、どうするのよ。
What are you doing coming here just to ask me this? She knew, even if he didn't tell her. Though she understood, why did he confront her now? After all, females were nothing more than valuable tools in today's world. Damn. Hey.
Not true. I love you, women.
I love you so much, women.
I love you, women.
Aside from the aging women, young females were managed thoroughly under the supervision of the Lord Asisa. Males were chosen and assigned specifically so the women would give birth to suitable children, but they did not always immediately get pregnant.
Boo!
Boo! Boo! Let women do whatever they want. Boo! It was repeated over and over until she was pregnant. After she bore her child, she would conceive another.
Boo!
The woman's wishes didn't matter. Damn.
Gross.
Was she treated well enough? Mana thought she was in a hell called heaven. Damn. It's raw as fuck.
Damn.
Damn. Before speaking of love, she was told she should bear a child. Men saw women only as tools.
God damn.
Damn. Hey now. Love could not be born here.
私は道具にはなりたくない。だからこんなところにいるんでしょ。
I get you so bad,
Yeah.
girly. I understand.
I mean, that's fair. This is her own form of, like, resistance of taking control of her own body.
Her own body, yeah. This is her form of, like, weaponizing her body.
Yeah.
It's like I'm so
proud of her.
Instead of being forced to purely bear children, she's like, fine, if you want sex from me so bad, then we're gonna do it in my conditions under my roof.
Yeah, and you also have to fucking pay me for it.
And you also have to fucking pay me for it. I believe you, girly. Hell yeah. It's like, eat shit. And also, you're not allowed to get me pregnant here.
Yeah, fucker.
Motherfucker. Good for her. I don't want to be used. That's why I'm in this place. Instead of having children, I fulfill the dreams of many men. Though I'm like a tool in meaning, I can divide that at least. In addition, maybe a union that didn't bring a child could be near to being loved. Although she somehow thought that way, it didn't pass her lips. On the other hand, she was interested.
Well, yes.
In their parents' generation, there was no void, and it seemed common that men and women loved each other and bore children.
I didn't see men in the first one, and I thought that just said, and women
loved each other. So
and
true.
I was like, woo!
Yummy! So true. When she heard such a story, she was definitely interested, but she never brought it up. After all, there was her small rebellion to having continued to being called a tool, and that was her pride in being a woman. Hell yeah, girl.
Yeah.
Fucking hell yeah.
Pussy power.
Pussy power. Having finished speaking, Mana once again looked at Konoe. That's how I'm just like, you know, when people get so up in arms about the girlies having an OnlyFans, and I'm just like, all right, bitch. Go be sad and jerk off somewhere else. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
she's making her bank.
Queen, you shouldn't be doing this. Shut the fuck up.
Queen, you shouldn't be doing this to your body. You shouldn't be doing this.
Shut the hell
up. Shut the fuck up.
Women and femme presenting people can do whatever they fuck they want.
Do whatever
also,
the fuck they want.
Why the fuck would people like that ever care about what a man has to say?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, why the fuck do you think that your opinion matters?
No pussy, no opinion.
Exactly. The besties are getting their bag and also doing something that, like, I think part of that comes with the idea that people really don't understand how much work you have to put into a successful OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of work. And it's just
a lot
like
of mental.
It's oh my god, it's so taxing on you. Not even in just like the nature of like if you have a particular figure, trying to keep up that figure.
Yeah.
And then also the pure mental strain of like you gotta be pretty much on that grind 24/7.
Yeah.
It's so exhausting.
Yeah. Like, I've had a friend of mine used to have like a fansly, and it literally like tore her apart mentally.
Yeah, I remember that. She canceled it, yeah, right?
Yeah, she was like, "Hey, I can't do this anymore."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Well, yeah." Which,
that's
like,
fine.
if you can and if you want to, and it's something that you feel like you are mentally in the right headspace to do so, then fuck yeah, do whatever you want. But it is, like you said, it is so much like pressure from like internal and also societal pressure of like if you have a certain body type, to keep that body type and just like keep up the expectations of these other people, even if like, you know, I know that most people are like, hey, I need to gain weight, or I need to lose weight, or I need this surgery or whatever for like their own well-being and health. And people who do that and who have those platforms like that, you know, they should be able to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Look however they want, do whatever kind of content, not cater to anybody. And like, that's the other thing. I don't like when people, men specifically, not people, men.
It's really specifically men.
Yeah, when men are men and they're like, well, if you don't want like attention, blah blah blah, like shut up!
Shut up!
Shut up!
Nobody cares! Shut up!
If you hate women so much, why are you paying $15 a month for this OnlyFans?
Yeah, exactly. Also, hey, I have another thing on that topic. The people who are like shaming other men for like buying OnlyFans content or things like that, or like supporting whatever any kind of like lewd or NSFW creator.
You watch porn on Pornhub, and Pornhub is so awful.
And yeah,
so I don't want to hear anything.
Yeah, one, just that shit is so bad and gross and whatever. I hate it. But like,
and that's not saying that sex work is, but
it's
like
not the sex work. It's just the system that's built around it.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a topic.
That's an entirely different topic though. But yeah. But like the men who shame other men for like buying like this kind of content.
You bought this OnlyFans.
Like,
oh my god, you're subscribed. Shut the hell up!
They are supporting people who are working hard. And
if you like, it's like buying someone's Patreon.
Yeah,
if you like
same
the
shit.
content that they post that much, I don't like.
Why not support them? Yeah, and also it's the notion of like, through this kind of content, you can also get personalized stuff. I mean, obviously you probably have to pay a lot for it, or you have to like sometimes people have like a giveaway, or they'll do is like, hey, if you participate in this thing, or if you send me like this thing, then I'll get you personalized. You get personalized content just for you? That's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Only if you aren't an absolute motherfucking bitch.
Mm-hmm. So I appreciate the men out there who are just like, yeah, I have this select list of OnlyFans or like Patreon that I support, and I like this content and I pay for it and I'm okay with that. I'm like, hell yeah, man.
Hey.
I don't think there's any shame in that.
And now you're getting your porn a little bit more ethically.
Yeah, then that's true. And that as well is like, oh yeah, you're actually supporting somebody who's working hard instead of not to say that this is all of
incredibly toxic industry.
Yeah, not to say that of course it's like all of the porn industry, but it's too much of a majority of it
to where like I don't know. I watched like a couple docu-series about it, and it genuinely makes me very upset.
Yeah, and we also just know people who have been around that industry, and I just like yeah. It's not the best environment.
Like, I love you, sex workers. I love you very much.
Love you so much.
However, it is not hypocritical to say that the porn industry isn't.
No, not at all, because that's just
because it fucking is bad.
Yeah. So get your ethically sourced content wherever you can.
Wherever you can.
Listen, I also know the hassle of everything nowadays being fucking subscription based and how that sucks so much balls. But I mean, like,
I like that, like, 18 plus stuff and like of course like porn is subscription based.
Yeah, that's like one of the only content that like makes sense to me for it to be subscription based.
Like, I agree that, you know, media, you should be able to post whatever you want. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But, like, too often, especially in now, oh god, I'm gonna sound like a fucking boomer. But, like,
don't worry,
like, now, kids, when I say kids, because I'm old as fuck, I mean, like, people who are younger than 18.
Yeah.
So, kids are just making their ways into adult spaces and then being upset that they are in adult spaces.
Right, yeah.
So, like, yes, of course, you can do whatever you want on, like, Twitter, AO3, like, whatever. But the thing that pisses me off is that because they are free platforms, if you are, like, 15, you find an artist's account that you really like, you find out that they draw not safe for work, and you go in their comments and you're like, I don't like this. I'm a minor. Why are you
why am I seeing this?
What do you mean? Why are you seeing it? You sought it out.
Yes.
It's like, there was a post going around on Twitter like a couple days ago. I saw it in passing and I like laughed at it. It was literally about someone complaining that it was about like fucking like minors complaining about there being like crazy shit on AO3.
Oh my fucking god.
And everyone was like, well, yes.
Yes.
Well, yes.
No shit.
And it's also the notion, that's like a tangent, but it's also the notion of just like, you can't write messed up stuff, quote unquote, because it's like not ethical or whatever the fuck. But again, the people who are saying that are younger than 20, and I don't want to hear their opinions.
Every day I'm at risk of seeing a 14-year-old's opinion. For
real, especially with this game company. Holy fuck. I don't give a shit of what you have to say.
I don't care. And also, you're too young to be here
and you
anyway.
may quote me on that.
Yeah. If
you are 14, or I don't know, if you are younger than 18 and consuming content from, you know, this, is it Jast? Is it Nitro?
Like Jast in general, Jast and Nitro, they're the same branch. One is just like the translation company, and yeah.
If you are playing this game and you are under the age of 18, I actually don't give a shit about your opinions and I don't want to see them.
Yeah.
And you may quote me on that. Peace, love, and joy.
Peace, love, and joy. But that's also specifically why I have a big fucking warning sign in my description. Nobody's gonna read it still, but it's there because that's my job as the adult here, is to make sure that whenever I have content like this and I have adult content, I make it very clear and aware to anybody who may happen to pop in, because we are on the internet, of course. Then this isn't like, there's no way I can block this to like a specific age range. That's impossible. There are methods in YouTube where you can say, it's like, hey, this is not for kids, and it won't be advertised for kids. But that doesn't mean you still like can't stumble upon it. It just means it won't, like, you would have to actively search for it. It's not just gonna like come across your feed.
I hate when they're also like, well, you're gatekeeping. Yes, exactly.
No shit.
I hope you leave.
No shit. Go away. But yeah, that's my job as the adult here, to be like, hey, you are not allowed to look at this yet. If you do, I have done my part in showing that there is a boundary. Now you are the one who is crossing that. This is not, that's where the fault does not lie with me. I am doing my part and making it clear and expressing that this is adult content.
Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
And before wait, hold on. Before YouTube gets mad at me, adult content that also still fall in lines with YouTube guidelines. Thank you very much.
Love you.
Love you so much. Thank you so much.
Don't smack my ass about it, please.
I swear to God. I'm following all of YouTube's rules. I promise.
We did everything right the last time.
I did everything I could to follow all of the guidelines properly. Please and thank you.
But it's like, what was I gonna say? Like, okay, I can say this as a full-grown adult, but like, I did stumble when I was younger.
Yeah,
I stumbled upon adult spaces, but you know what I did? I kept my fucking mouth shut.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna look at this quietly.
Yeah.
And then what am I gonna say? Nothing.
Because
then, who am I going to interact with?
No one.
I'd actually
2 friends, maybe.
I was like, I was gonna say that, and then I was like, I don't think I actually made friends through that weren't already my friends through like adult content.
Oh no, yeah, definitely not.
Because you know, you're 13 on the internet, and you stumble upon when I was a kid. When I was 13, I stumbled upon, you know, Dramatical Murder and BL and all this other shit, which hopefully does not show how old I am.
All of the people with unrestricted internet access.
But you know what I did? I was like,
kept
wow.
My fucking mouth shut.
And then I consumed it in the safety of my home and the safety of my brain space. And then I said, okay, I have school tomorrow. Yes. And then I just went about my business.
And then I went about my day. I don't know why kids these days are so like, and that's where my boomer comes in. Kids these days are so like up in arms about being like, oh my God.
This has to be a safe space for kids. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Fuck you.
Not in my space. Get out.
Get out. I'm an adult. You're a child.
Get out. Leave. Anyway, we went on a hard tangent. Sorry, y'all.
Sorry. Anyways, respect sex workers. If you don't, I will kill you.
Yes. Bottom line.
In Fortnite.
No.
I was saying that because I want your VOD to stay up and I don't want to be on this. In Fortnite.
In quotations. Asterisk.
Sorry for the...
No, it's okay. Having finished speaking, Mana once again looked at Konoe. Konoe was silent. There was no reaction. His expression didn't change either. You're the one who asked, right? Why don't you say something? She snapped in frustration. Why didn't he say anything? It was irritating, and the fur on her tail stood on end. Then Mana suddenly realized she was the one who wanted an answer. She thought it was nonsense. What could she expect? What did she want this cat before her to say? She was upset. With that thought, she tried to calm down. Mana looked at Konoe once again. Now it was her turn to ask. You said love, and what it means? Do you know? Although she thought he wouldn't answer, Konoe surprisingly faintly tilted his head. His gaze still captured Mana's.
そうだな。
I said it, didn't I?
Oh, did you? I didn't hear anything.
Oh.
Konoe nodded in response. It was like he was talking to himself.
何が
What? Konoe stepped towards Mana, who regarded him in suspicion. He placed a palm on Mana's forehead. Oh, good night.
Oh, okay. Hi, girl.
Blasted!
I just start blasting.
Light ran. Her petite body lost consciousness and collapsed. Konoe's arm caught her and gently laid her in her bed. Staring at Mana's face as she was fast asleep, Konoe muttered.
そうだな。愛など、
Oh.
この世には存在しない。
Kono. What happened?
I guess we'll find out.
Oh. Oh, is he? Wait, is he possessed right now?
作り変える必要
I don't know.
いっそ感情を持つ生き物な
I
ど
think.
存在しない世界に
That's doesn't exist in this. Can you hear it at all?
You talking too quiet.
I'm sorry. When I talk lower, it doesn't pick it up.
I know.
I'm embarrassed.
No, you're okay.
That's right. Love does not exist in this world. That's why the rotten world must change. Become a world where no feeling. Is that better?
Cut out a little bit, but it's okay.
Oh, I can't. I can't do the voice. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. As he left the brothel, Konoe looked up at the sky. Because it was cloudy, it was dark as night once the moon of light began to set. A cold wind blew harder than during the day, and he overlooked the sky covered in thick clouds. Soon a shadow, blacker than darkness, shook within Konoe's field of vision. The shadow floated and seemed to be coming this way. Konoe narrowed his eyes. It was the devil governing joy, Froud. The figure clad in glossy black slowly descended and stepped cautiously to the ground. Froud turned his face to Konoe, giving off an easygoing atmosphere.
あれ
Are?
What's this?
But Froud immediately took a step back and tilted his head. He gazed at Konoe in silence. As if he understood, Froud soon took a light step and smiled.
ああそうか中身はあなたなんだね
Oh.
通りで違うと思った
Did Leaks possess him? Man. Sorry, I just... Ah, I see. It's you in there. That explains why you seem different.
おう気づいたのか
I like that they spelled it out.
Can you do his voice?
Oh, do you want me to? Okay.
Just for now, I can't do it low.
At the lower
like-
register? Okay.
Yeah, because my mic doesn't pick it up.
Okay. Did you notice?
木みたいなものさ感じるのはこの絵のもの
Yeah, when you read for Froud, you sound
同時に
fine.
ものすごく違和感のある力も感
It's
じ
I'm
変
sorry.
だと
No,
思
you're
ったその子と白猫ちゃんは
Hehe.
いつもマークしてるからね
It's something like your mind. Though you feel like Konoe, at the same time I feel an awfully extraordinary power. I thought it was strange. I always marked that white cat in the wild.
Froud happily waved his wiry tail. Konoe gave him a sideways
お
glance.
前も物好きだな。いつまでからかうつもりだ。
You're also curious. How long do you plan to tease?
からかう何が誰を
What? Oh.
からかってるんじゃない待ってるんだよ眺めて楽しんでるんだ
Tease? What? Ooh, I'm not teasing. Different. Waiting. I'm watching and enjoying.
悪趣味だな。
That's in bad taste. He indifferently cast his words of contempt. Proud smiled more and turned around in the air, right after he had stopped moving and thrust an index finger out towards Konoe.
そう
What?
悪趣味だねけどあなただって同じだろ遊んでるんだろそいつで極めて悪趣味な退屈しのぎだだからこそ楽しい
Alright. It is in bad taste, but you're just... What game are you playing with that? It may be tasteless, but it kills time. That's why it's fun.
The tip of Froud's index finger pushed against Konoe's nose. Konoe remained expressionless and lightly lifted his jaw. Boop. Froud turned again, laughing. Konoe was about to leave, but Froud landed from high overhead, blocking his path.
待って大切なことを忘れているよ
Wait, I forgot something important.
まだ何かあるのか
Is there still something?
まだ何かあ
Still something, Laugh, 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 laugh. Laugh, 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 laugh.
In response to Konoe, Froud suddenly burst out laughing.
忘れてもらっちゃ困るんだねえいい加減にさ
How problematic to forget. Hey, cut it out already.
The cheerful laughter seemed to be sucked into the deepening darkness. Froud opened both his arms wide, as if to win something over. Oh.
Oh, goodbye.
Bye!
Smoke screen!
Whoopah! Flashbang! In a moment,
Flashbang!
a harsh sound like an explosion echoed. Green wind wrapped around Froud's body, and the surrounding air made a taut, hissing sound. Froud powerfully cleaved down one hand beside him. Whippy! An enormous amount of bloodlust came crashing towards Konoe.
Oh, I like
Bloodlust
this
became a
CG.
vacuous blade. Vacuous. Yes. Look at that. So fun.
I
It
like
kicked,
this CG.
I know. It kicked about the trees and grass and grazed Konoe's cheek, blowing his hood off. His black-dyed ears became visible. Konoe wasn't shaken and didn't move from the spot.
返してくれない力
Could you give it back? My pet.
Froud muttered and smiled a terribly wicked smile. Konoe suddenly turned up the corners of his mouth and put one hand on his chest.
こいつを食らえばいいだろ
You can just devour him.
それができたら苦労はしないでしょあなたは本当に卑怯だねよりにもよって
Crazy.
その子の
Crazy
中に入って
phrasing.
それを言うんだもんな
Crazy.
一体どういう遊びなの
If I could do that, I wouldn't be having such a hard time. You truly are a cow. Going so far as to enter inside the... What game are you playing, Zach?
知らしめるためだ絶望をな
Junko Enoshima mentioned.
Weeaboo!
Junko
He is very Junko-like.
満ち始めている
I want to make it known to him. Despair. It is almost time. The dark power is beginning to rise. Whoop!
Whoops.
Konoe looked up at the sky, eyes narrowing. He seemed to glimpse at the still invisible moon.
やっぱりその前にあなたを消さなきゃいけないなじゃないと力を取り返せなくなるか
I'll have to kill you before. If I don't, I won't be able to regain my powers.
好きにすればいい
You should do as you like. Brad laughed softly, gazing at Konoe's back after he turned and began to walk.
ま、あなたの考えはわからないわけじゃないよ。煽れば煽るほど楽しいんだ。その後がね。
Well, it's not like I don't understand your thought. Just more fun to instigate after.
The words melted into darkness without reaching Konoe. Whee! The touch of a blade digging into flesh. At the same time, heat coursed through his right eye. It was like a scorching stick had been rammed into it. The pain came a little after. Rai felt his eye socket aching sharply without cease. Blood overflowed down his cheek, wetting his lips. It even entered the crevices between his gritted teeth. His right view was covered in darkness, flickering red with pain. He endured the worsening pain. Rai gazed intently at his enemy writhing in agony. His enemy, a horrifying beast scattering screams as it struggled. Every time it swung its head, blood splattered. Over both its eyes was a deeply incised line where he'd made a straight cut. Rai rose, using his sword stabbed in the ground for support. But his knees couldn't carry him. He felt the demonic beast move. Was it escaping? Contrary to his eager heart, his body creaked when Rai finally stood up and pulled the sword from the ground. The demon disappeared from before Rai with a roar. In reality, it was so. But now it was different, because this was a dream. And so, the demon came straight towards Rai. Its maw with its twisted fangs open wide, leading into the depths of his throat. He could see its slimy, dark red gullet. Devoured. Narrowness and suffocation, lukewarm temperature and stench. The feeling of shark fangs biting through his skin into his entrails. This was a dream. Even knowing that, Rai was tortured by vivid pain. Yet for some reason he was laughing. He was pleased to be completely hidden inside its body. He was happy, like a child returning to its mother. With the ripples of its gullet, his body was swallowed deep. His tail was heavy, dripping wet with fluid. Soon, there was a feeling of something breaking through. With a dull, muffled sound, his vision turned white. Its belly, Rai thought so intuitively. Breaking through the demon's gut, he moved to the outside. This was a dream. This was impossible in the real world. In his muddied head, Rai persuaded himself that. However, this time too, he laughed. The laughter didn't stop. It ran up his throat, pushed past his lips, and leapt out. It shook the air. He laughed aloud. There was nothing funny, but he found it amusing all the same. His voice echoed in his ears. It seared his hearing. This laughing voice was crying. Somewhere in his mind, Rai thought so. Again, that same nightmare. Lately, the number of times he had it was increasing. Rai woke up and sat up while trying to calm his disturbed breathing. He touched his eye patch. Was the sharp pain that ached a vestige of the dream? Soon he heard distant laughter sounding in the depths of his ears. It was him, but it wasn't him. It was his voice, but it wasn't. No, it was. Was he just denying that it was him? Rai let out a heavy sigh in confusion and bewilderment. A disturbing black impulse spread through his chest like a ripple. This nightmare was no longer a mere nightmare. It was looming right there. Still, Rai couldn't let go. He had to kill him. Rai put a hand on his forehead and looked down with furrowed brows. His heartbeat ticked away profusely. It felt like needles were running through his body instead of blood. He looked towards the next bed. Konoe hadn't returned after all. Damn it. He spat the words softly. Everything was going wrong. Rai rose violently and opened the closed window. Cool air touched his irritated cheeks. In the sky, the moon peeped through the thick clouds. The moonlight was helpless and uncertain. Rai couldn't bring himself to sleep. Before, it was rare for him to sleep soundly, but now it was practically impossible. Maybe he'd go outside and cool his head. That thought, Rai turned his back to the window and frowned. The room door was slightly open. Rai narrowed his eyes and carefully watched his surroundings. There was a shadow standing by the door. The fur of Rai's tail bristled a little. Since when was it standing there? He hadn't felt its presence at all. He reached out to his sword, which leaned against the wall close by. The shadow moved and took one step forward, and now stood in a spot where faint moonlight hit it. At the figure that emerged, Rai stopped the hand that reached out for his sword. Konoe. Although it was hard to tell because Konoe was wearing a hood, Rai was certain. Konoe stood there in silence. Rai didn't speak either. They said nothing. It wasn't necessary to interfere that far. What Konoe did or where he went had nothing to do with him.
明日は鏡湖へ行く。もう寝ろ。
Tomorrow we're going to Mirror Lake. Sleep already.
Look at his little soft smile.
I know. He's like, Rai said only
Little
that.
does he know.
Little does he know. He'd already been there. Rai said only that and reached for his cloak so he could go outside. However, Konoe approached beside Rai quickly and grabbed his hand. He turned his gaze. Konoe was still looking down.
なんだ
What is it? There was no answer. Something was strange about Konoe. Rai felt suspicious and carefully looked at Konoe's shadow-covered face. His lips were just slightly formed in the shape of a smile. This guy. When he suddenly realized it was already too late. Konoe suddenly pounced without warning. He didn't bare his fangs or growl. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
There was a loud noise as Rai was pushed down with his back to the bed.
Oh my gosh.
Konoe straddled his
gosh.
waist. As soon as Rai tried to get up, a bizarrely strong force pressed against his shoulder. Because of the momentum of their tussle, Konoe's hood came off. Looking at his face again, Rai unintentionally raised his eyebrows. It was like he was fake. Konoe's eyes were inorganic, cold as the night air. Rai could hardly believe his eyes when Konoe's ears reflected in his field of view. He thought that maybe it was a shadow created by night, but it wasn't. Rai wasn't mistaken. His ears were stained with a jet black color again. The curse wasn't lifted? Was this not Konoe, but some other cat before him? Another cat. It was an impossible thought, but Konoe's presence certainly felt different from the normal.
貴様誰だ
Who the hell are you? Rai laid his ears back in caution and asked Konoe lowly. One foreboding feeling flickered in his mind. This was an atmosphere he felt somewhere before. Perhaps he already knew who it was. Rai felt worry inch up to burn at the base of his tail.
すでに気づいているのだろう
You've already realized it, haven't you?
Konoe's lips showed a calm smile. His tone was one of laughter. Rai endured the urge to bare his fangs, and the pupil of his left eye squeezed into a slit.
リークスか
Leaks. Rai growled deep in his throat, and Konoe nodded without speaking.
つかの間の休息
I feel like it should be Konoe in,
本当の祭りは楽しんだが
like, quotes.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the short-lived respite of Anto?
どういうことだなぜ貴様が
What do you mean? Where are you?
さてねなぜだと思う
I wonder. What do you think I am?
Although Rai reflexively tried to lash out at him, he couldn't raise his arm with his body held down. Acerbic. Acerbic.
Mm-hmm.
Acerbic?
Mm-hmm.
Anger smoldered in him.
時は近い 闇が満ち始めている。だから最後に私の望みを聞いてもらおうと思ってな。
The time is near. The darkness is rising. Therefore, I thought I would have you hear my last wish.
望みだと。
Your wish.
こいつを助けたいか。
助けて。
お前の貴重なサンガを。
Do you want to help this cat? This precious Sangha of yours?
Rai swallowed his words at this threatening speech. Konoe narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly.
その体は炎へのものなのか。
Is that Konoe's body? Konoe nodded slowly without breaking his leisurely smile.
ああ、そうとも。お前には違う猫に見えるのか？
Yes, that's right. Does it look like a different cat to you?
その耳の色は。
The color of those ears. Mimi. Konoe's ears twitched slightly in response.
忘れてもらっては困るな。悪魔たちの主力は私の中にある。そして闇は増幅している。今の私にとって呪いを操ることなど造作もない。ほら、この通りだ。
God, he loves to hear himself talk.
Yeah, I'm just like, he talks so slow. Speed it up, bitch!
Speed it up, damn!
I would be troubled if you forgot. The devil's power is mainly within me. The darkness amplifies. For me as I am now, manipulating the curse takes no effort at all. Look, this way.
Konoe removed the gauntlet covering the back of his hand and showed Rai his arm. The black markings he'd seen before had clearly emerged again. Once again, Konoe pressed against Rai's shoulder.
信じてもらえたかな？さて、ではもう一度問おう。この猫を助けたいか？
Do you believe it? Then I will ask you once again. Do you want to help this cat?
Bending over Rai's chest more heavily than before, Konoe asked him again. Reality was thrown out before him. It was clear that Konoe's life depended on this one answer. Rai stared hard at Konoe, as if to pierce through to leaks lurking within.
何が望みだ。
Ow!
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, you need to save.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. Like, ew. There we go. What's your wish?
受ける気になったか？
Have you become willing to accept?
貴様の要求次第だ。
Depends on what you want.
いいだろう。私がお前に望むことはただ一つ。簡単だ。
Excuse me.
What?
My bad.
Whoa, what wish do you think it is?
To kill Froud, maybe? Kill Froud, kill himself, kill Konoe, kill somebody.
Kill somebody.
Let himself be... Oh, well, I didn't read the part, but
Oh,
that's okay.
shit. My bad.
He asked him what he thinks the wish is every part.
Very well. There it is. Very well. I just have one wish for you. It's simple. Do you want to read it?
In a second, can I go get a snack?
Yeah.
Hungry.
Let's get through this bit.
Yeah. I'm hungry!
I'm hungry. I was just thinking about my chippies.
Oops.
Faint moonlight poured down on Konoe, filling his eyes with a mysterious light.
お前の中に本当
Yeah,
のお
okay.
前自身。それが
That's kind of what I said.
Sure.
Well, because I said he could kill somebody, or he wants him to fully, like, just accept his like, bloodlust. Your true self inside of you. That's what I want.
Rye's ear twitched. Only one thing came to mind. His right eye ached slightly.
気づいているのだろう。己の中の忌むべき影。最も本能に忠実な存在。
How?
純粋な闇こそ我が力の源だ。
Have you realized it? There is a hateful shadow within you, an existence most faithful to instinct. That pure darkness is the source of my power. Why do you talk so slow? Can we please
He talks so
speed it
slow.
up?
Don't mess around.
ならば、この絵にはこのまま。
Yeah,
でもさせよう。
that's what I said. Oh, are you done? Are you finished?
Maybe.
Then would you permit Konoe to do something like commit suicide?
Speaking in a light tone, as if on a whim, Konoe drew his sword from the sheath he wore. He pushed the blade to his neck and smiled faintly.
今、この絵の心は眠っている。肉体が死ねば永遠に目覚めることはないだろう。死を自覚せずに。
Speed it up!
ある意味。
God, he loves to hear himself talk.
It literally would be like if I was just like, today I went to work. Like, come on, dude. Are you done or are you finished?
He's done.
Okay. Konoe's soul is now sleeping. If his body dies, it will never wake again. He will die without being aware of his death. In a way, it may be fortunate. Now, what will you do?
If Rive refused to hear, the blade would certainly slit Konoe's throat without hesitation. Even if Konoe's body and soul died, Leeks himself wasn't hindered. His thoughts on fire, Rai glared harshly at Konoe. Konoe happily met his gaze, but suddenly he went straight-faced. Releasing the sword from against his neck, Konoe suddenly brought his face closer to Rai's.
Kiss. Oh! I was joking!
I was joking! They kissed!
Yippee!
Rai and Konoe's lips met. It was just a slight touch that immediately went away. From a close distance, Konoe's smile widened.
これが最後になるかもしれないからな。
Oh. Oh my god.
I
Oh!
know, this is
This is so
saucy.
fucked up.
I know!
考えたことはあるか。
There's something else that had this same premise, where it's like being possessed.
This is
And then-
ROCs.
Well, yes. Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
You probably are.
Maybe of Jaden.
Yeah.
I feel like there's something. Maybe I'm also thinking about like the fucking Exorcist.
Sure.
This might be the last time. Have you ever wondered what Konoe thinks about?
何の話をしている。ふざけた真似をするな。
Are you fucking with me?
About? Don't screw around with me.
私が行ったことではない。これはこの絵の無意識下にある願望だ。
It isn't what I said. This is Konoe's unconscious desire.
願望だと。
Desire?
そうだ。
Ah,
お前はこの絵の中で特別な存在になりつつある。
Indeed. You are becoming someone of importance to Konoe.
For a moment, something shivered inside Rai. However, Tsu turned into a flame of anger.
惑わすつもりなら、もっと私の嘘をでっち上げたら。
No!
No! If you
I'm
want to
sad.
confuse me, why don't you make up a better lie?
No!
嘘だというのか。
Oh, you say it's a lie.
くだらん。
It's nonsense.
やれやれ。
Hey.
Yada yada. Sighing, Konoe pulled his face away from Rise and sat up. He put the blade to his neck again.
さあ、戯れはここまでだ。
He wants him to do
答えを聞
what?
かせてもらおう。
He wants him to do what?
What? He wants Rai to give in.
No, I know. But
Mm.
look at the first word.
Oh.
Come. The game is at an end. I'll hear your answer.
Rai stared at Konoe in silence for a while, then eventually opened his heavy mouth.
やめろ。
Stop it.
受け入れるか。
Do you accept?
好きにすればいい。
Do as you like. Rai spat his words with anger. His eye narrowed, trying to read Konoe's true intentions.
闇を完全に目覚めさせれば、お前の魂は食らい尽くされて消滅する。死と同じことだ。覚悟はできているのか。
Okay, you done? Okay. If you let the darkness fully awaken, your soul will be devoured and will cease to exist. It's the same as death. Are you prepared?
黙れ。
Shut up.
面白い。
How interesting.
Konoe put down the sword he pressed to his neck. Shaking with deep laughter, Rai felt like there was no way this was genuinely funny.
面白いな。たかが猫一匹のために己を犠牲にするのか。そんなにこの猫が大事か。サンガが大事か。
How very interesting. You would sacrifice yourself just for this one cat? Is this cat so important? Is this Sangha important to you?
黙れ。
Shut up. Rai cried out briefly to cut him off. However, the same question circled in his mind.
Yeah.
Was he that important? What? Of course, since Konoe was a Sangha. But it was illogical to want to save him if it meant Rai himself would disappear. Sangha were certainly precious, but Konoe wasn't the only one. If he needed to, Rai could obtain another Sangha. It wasn't necessary to attach himself so deeply to Konoe that he risked his own life. Rai knew. Why did he hesitate even though he knew?
Because you like him.
Oh yeah, I love this CG!
Oh, this CG is so good! Oh, what? Oh my god, this is like the Fujieda bad end
Oh my
CG.
god, real.
Oh, this is good. I know that's not Konoe, but he looks so pretty. Oh my god, that also... Oh, spoilers. But, yeah. Oh well.
Look at him.
No.
Laughing, Konoe put one hand to Rai's eye patch. Rai's body reflexively shook. Konoe quietly traced a fingertip over the eye patch, drawing a circle. Here we go.
This is a really good CG. His little tail!
Little tail. His little crooked tail. Tormented. Oh my god, since we're at this CG, I'm like, oh shit, we're here. Okay.
Did you have your stuff pulled up?
No, well, it's not something like that. It's just we're gonna get wild.
Okay, before we get wild, hold on. I'm gonna go get a snack.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I
Snack.
could continue to read. I could also eat some chips. Just a little chippy. Mom. If you hate crunching noises, I'm so sorry.
I'm back.
Mm.
I got a snack. I got a mini snack.
You got a couple snacks?
Huh?
We got half.
I guess you also got snacks.
Just a little chippy. Whoop.
Muffin time.
Ooh. Just a little chippy.
No!
Uh-huh. Tormented by a sharp sense of humiliation and defeat, Rai grit his teeth. Konoe stared still at Rai's face with a triumphant smile. His fingers crawled below the eye patch, touching the seam of Rai's eyelid. Following that softly trembling edge, Konoe stroked the eyelash as if tasting them.
Okay.
The depths of his eye socket ached. It was a hot ache, like it was on fire. The middle of his forehead wrinkled in a harsh frown. Rai grabbed the arm touching his right eye in both his hands, and tried to tear Konoe away. He couldn't do it. No matter how much he pulled, they didn't separate, as if their flesh had melded together. Before long, a strong sensation hit him, like his eyeball was being sucked up. Rai's body quivered. Konoe laughed. With a sound similar to evaporating moisture, a black fog began to overflow before him. Rai gradually realized that it was coming from his right eye. Pain ran through him as the black fog flowed out. The pain gradually spread to all parts of his body, turning him numb.
Hold on, I'm eating my muffin. Give me 1 second. Hang on, Rai.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah.
How amazing. The darkness inside you is flowing into me.
Gosh.
Gosh.
How rude.
Rai's pupil was drawn to a thin slit as he glared, and Konoe's cheeks distorted in a smile. Unable to bear it, Rai dug his claws into Konoe's arm.
Sorry, I know.
As laughter spilled from Konoe's lips, the black mist became denser. This room, the space was now alive with black. A still stronger pain pierced Rai's right eye, and Rai's voice choked as he grimaced. Much deeper in his eyeball, Rai felt like a mass of black was being dragged out from within.
Sucking all the bad stuff out of you.
Sucking it out.
Sucking
it out of his brain.
Sucking it right out. Hey, sometimes I feel like I need to be done.
Yeah, I know,
Just
for
like,
real. It's like, oh
every
yeah,
bad
just
thought.
suck it out.
Just suck it out.
Konoe pulled back a little from his right eye. At the same time, the pain receded as if it hadn't existed. Rai opened his firmly closed eye, his breathing rough. Konoe raised the hand that touched Rai's right eye and slowly clasped it as if to be sure of something. The black fog that shrouded the room seemed to clear, sucked up into his hand. His is like, Laughter resonated through the tense air. Konoe glanced at Rai and moved towards the window. Wait. When Rai sat up on the bed, Konoe had thrown himself out of the window. A white face stained with moonlight looked back. Whee!
Bye-bye.
At the glimpse he caught of his eyes, At the glimpse he caught of his eyes, Bryce stopped moving. An unmistakable dark color flame dwelled within the eyes that fixed themselves on Rai. He was inside of a cold cage,
Goldfish.
confined in a prison.
Sorry.
What? What did you say?
I asked if you wanted a goldfish, but it was before you started.
Yes, I do.
So I was like, you want a goldfish? He was inside of a cold cage. My bad.
Oh, my bad. Inside, Konoe was curled up. His surroundings were dark, but it was not necessarily darkness. Because he saw them. He wasn't looking with his eyes. Felt like the images flowed freely in his head. He just knew it. What was his body doing? Konoe's body was moving according to someone else's will. Konoe's thoughts and consciousness were trapped in a cage. Konoe's body seemed to be fighting someone. The images changed completely in rapid succession. Occasionally he saw a flash of his sword or sharp claws as he swung down. He wondered vacantly if he was fighting Leek's pursuers. His thoughts were covered in a mist. He couldn't tell dream from reality. But then he heard a voice. A screaming voice. The voice resounded from far away, but then it became louder, and many voices then overlapped. Low voices, high voices, many voices mingled. But everyone was terrified. Their screams of raw emotion pierced Konoe's exposed ears. In an instant, the blood drained from their faces, and Konoe poised to pounce. A dream? No, this wasn't a dream. What was happening now was real. His surroundings were still shrouded in darkness. He jumped at the invisible lattice and shook it, but it didn't yield. What's happening? What should he do? He was confused and didn't know what to do. Inside his head, an image flowed ceaselessly. And what was he doing? He concentrated his disarrayed mind and searched it. The images moved constantly and he could not grasp them. Even so, he knew that he was in town, and he was definitely fighting. The sword wasn't drawn. He was using his claws. It wasn't Leek's pursuers he was fighting. Recognizing the victim staggering from blows of his claws, Konoe was terrified. They were cats of the town. The cats running about trying to escape, being hurt. Groans of agony echoed from the image and loomed over Konoe. What the hell was he doing? Stop! Trying to stop this as soon as possible, Konoe struggled in the cage. He kicked and scratched at the lattice, wanting to get out somehow, but he could not get out.
Was that my stream, or did the screen flicker or something?
No, it's been flickering.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the images continued. Against any obstacles, he wielded his claws without mercy. It was akin to tossing aside a stone blocking his path. It was pointless. He needed to stop this before he heard any more cats. Konoe shouted, but no voice came out. Despite hearing voices from the outside, he could not shout himself. His throat stung. From his parched windpipe, thin breaths escaped. The air cutting across it hurt it. Even so, he tried to speak. Firmly closing his eyes, Konoe screamed at the top of his lungs.
Sorry, I was eating goldfish. Stop!
Stop! Stop!
Stop!
His thoughts shook violently. With the sensation of his body being dismembered in two, his vision was blinded by white. Both the images and the screams inside his head were erased. Not understanding what just happened, Konoe fearfully opened his eyes. By the water. What appeared in his view next was a surface of water reflecting the night sky. It was a river flowing behind the main streets. Konoe was standing on the riverbank. Damp night air brushed his cheeks. He came to his senses in the cold and looked around. There was no sign of any other cats. Immediately he tried to move his ears and tail. There was no sensation of being manipulated by someone else. So that was definitely a dream? But when he glanced down at his hands, he froze. Something clung to his fingertips. It was red. Taken aback, he looked over his fingers again. There was nothing there. No red, nothing. The sensation after the struggle remained for some reason. Did he hurt anyone? These hands. Innocent cats. He didn't know. He firmly clenched both quivering hands, his claws bit into his palms. Why did he do that? What was happening? He just didn't know. He carefully followed the thread of his memories in the cage of darkness before he awoke. Was he? I don't know if that's leaks or fraud.
You start.
Okay. Does it bother you? A voice rang in his ears. All of Konoe's fur stood on end and he looked behind him, but no one was there. He tried to cast his gaze about, but didn't feel any presence. Did he imagine hearing that? At that time, it continued. It's futile to search for me. Again hearing the voice, he involuntarily lashed his tail. It didn't come from outside. The voice was resonating in his mind. Yeah.
God?
God? Do you understand who I am? His thoughts were interrupted. This voice. That was it. He couldn't forget the owner of this voice. The instant he understood, Konoe bared his fangs. Indeed. I'm inside you.
Ooh. Where are you?
I live inside you forever.
No!
With Satan himself by my side.
Ah!
Oh, sorry, I'm so itchy. Ah!
It's okay. I had to get readjusted. I had some goldfish in a mouth.
No!
No!
I live inside you forever.
No!
Oh, fuck. Hold on. I need to moisturize. I'm so itchy. I'm gonna start really clawing.
Don't do that.
I know. I'm getting it. It's a terrible habit, but it gets so itchy.
That's why you need to moisturize it.
I know. I'm doing. You read the line.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Somebody text you.
Okay, I read the line. For now, I'm speaking from directly inside you. It was a very strange.
Wait, I got it. Okay. You can moisturize. I got it. I'm sorry. It was a very strange feeling. Leaks' voice covered his own thoughts. How? What? Why? Anger and confusion mixed, and only those words came out. He heard a low, suppressed chuckle.
Oh Jesus, this fucking monologuing.
I know. You speed it up. It's like when the villain is doing their like monologue, and at that point you're just like, "Shut up, die!
Shut up! Shut up, die!"
Ha ha ha. Oh wait, you're doing leaks. Never mind. Sorry.
I got it. Hold on.
Oh, so I could do it. Do you still need to moisturize?
No, I'm good. Do you still need to moisturize? I'm good.
Still need to moisturize?
It's just so itchy.
Don't even worry about it. Put some lotion on it, and like if it does itch, you just gotta smack it.
I know. But then it sounds weird if I'm just like smacking on mic.
I'll do it.
Okay. Yeah, but if you just do it with like no context, it's just like, hello?
Hey y'all, if you hear smacking, she's just got to itch.
I just have itch. I have itchies.
Just start smacking. Start blasting.
Okay.
Smack. Smack.
I thought I would tell you that your time for relaxation is over.
No more R&R.
No. Were you surprised that the curse manifested once again? Did you curse your fate?
He's so sad.
He's sad. The curse. His heart beat loudly. He cast his eyes to his tail. A revolting black bathed in darkness was boldly branded into his eyes.
This is a good alliteration.
Yeah. That was right. The curse wasn't lifted. The heavy reality weighed down over Konoe. He remembered when the curse appeared again. He was driven to desperation and ran, overwhelmed by despair. And then, as if enticed by something, he touched the ring when he fell. The ring shared its terrible past and he was swept away. Right
It's
there.
just like Lord of the Rings.
That's when his memories ended. So true. Have you remembered?
Angry.
Angry.
やったのか
What have you done?
Konoe grit his teeth in frustration.
町の猫たちを傷つけたのも
The cats of the town were hurt.
Oh,
さっきは思わぬ収穫があったせい。つい力の制御を誤る。
My power merely got a little out of hand at that unforeseen meeting just now.
どうして何のつもりで
Why? What are you planning?
一つ面白いことを教えて。
I have one interesting thing to tell you. Contrary to Konoe's fury, Leeks' leisurely voice echoed.
あの指輪を介して私はお前の中に入った。なぜ入ることができたと思う
Using that ring as intermediary, I entered inside of you. How do you think I was able to enter you?
Oh.
つながっているからだ。お前と私。
It is because we are connected, you and I. His mind went blank. He and Leeks were connected? It made his mind reel in shock.
どういうことだ
Mean.
そのままの意味だ。お前と私はつながっている。
It is just as I said. You and I are connected.
どういうことだ
What the hell does that mean?
二つの月にまつわる歌を知っている。
Do you know the song of the two moons? Are we sure this isn't the other cat who has also entered inside of him? Do you mean Rai when, like, physically?
Little less physically inside, but I like how you're thinking. I like how you're thinking.
It's a little metaphysical, but...
Keep up the good work.
Leeks' voice resounded as if crushing his unrest. The Song of the Two Moons. Of course he knew it. It was a song that said the world would be reborn when the moon of light and the moon of shadow overlapped. An eclipse!
Eclipse.
But there were so many legends like that in Sisa.
時は近い。闇が満ち始めている。
The time is near. The darkness has begun to mature.
時
最後の時だ。
The end of times. Leeks' voice echoed indifferently.
闇こそ我が
Oh, Jesus
力の
Christ.
源。
Here he goes again.
Here he goes again.
This
だ
fucking
から
guy.
こそお前に呪いを刻みつけることも指輪を介してお前の中に入り操ることも今の私にはたやすい
The darkness is the source of my power. Power has begun to fill me as well. That's why it was easy for me to enter you through the ring, manipulate you, and inscribe my curse upon you.
呪いは四悪魔たちの力によるものじゃなかったのか
Doesn't the curse rely on the four devils' powers?
奴らの力は今私の中に
What? Oh, okay.
ただし施したのは私だただ奪っただけではつまらんだろうこの世界が闇に満たされ恐怖と悲鳴混乱にうずもれし時
Their power is now inside of me. However, I harnessed it. Would it not be a bore to merely take it? This world will be filled with darkness, with screams of fear, and when it descends into a whirlpool of confusion.
お前自身も呪いの闇に食われるだろうそうしてこの世界は終わりを告げる
You will be devoured by the darkness of the curse. Then, this world will come to an end.
お前と私のコンクラベはまだ続いているお前が祭りにうつつを抜かしている間に
My test of endurance with you still continues, even while you concern yourself with that festival. This is really sus conversation, not gonna lie. Yeah!
Yeah.
It sure is!
So is.
Konoe felt his boiling anger rise up. He bit his lip so hard it bled.
俺が邪魔で消したいんだろうだったらこんな回りくどいことしないで
Someone help Konoe, he's really going through it.
Please help him. My
Please.
sweet baby.
He needs help.
こんな
I'm in your way and you want to erase me, don't you? If that's the case, stop screwing around and just go ahead and kill me. Shouldn't you get rid of me quickly? But why? This.
The end of his words broke off weakly. In substitute for the emotions he couldn't express, he tightly clenched his fist. He did not understand what Leeks was thinking at all. Why was he making him suffer? In addition, he didn't understand why Leeks didn't just kill him. If someone like Leeks wanted to kill a cat like Konoe, there should have been nothing stopping him. Why wouldn't he kill him? While Konoe was preoccupied with this so-called relaxation, Leeks was surely watching and laughing. It was far more than simply annoying. His swollen tail trembling, his pupils narrowed to slits. If he didn't consciously control it, it would snap at any moment. The voice softly called his name.
運命を呪うかこの私から逃れたいか
Lord.
苦痛を厭み自ら命を絶てばいいそれは私にとって願ってもないことだだが同時にひどく残念でもある私はお前に期待している
Do you curse your fate? Do you want to escape from this? From me? If you hate this pain, all you need to do is take your own life. For me, it would have been heaven sent. But at the same time, I would be awfully disappointed. I expect more of you.
You're literally sitting here telling me to kill myself. Expect.
そう これはお前に与える最後のチャンスでもある。この私を楽しませてくれ。
That is right. Here, I grant you one last chance. Konoe, do amuse me. Amuse me? Stop scurrying around. And he would rather end his own life. He thought of such a thing. As if reading his thoughts, Leaks gave a low, mocking chuckle. See, this is where his Junko-ness comes in. Suffer to your heart's content.
Yeah.
Even if you stop, it will inevitably advance towards that time. Soon, you must make a decision.
黙れ。早く俺の中から消えろ。
Shut up. Hurry up and get out of my head.
He murmured in a low voice. The seething anger accumulated into black mass inside of Konoe. God, he loves to hear himself talk. Well then, I shall give you one last warning.
黙れ。消えろ。
Shut up. Go away.
お前のそばにトウガの猫のことだ。
There is someone close to you. A toga cat. Konoe didn't want to hear Leaks' voice anymore. Just when he thought that, those words pierced him. Why did Rise mention past Leaks' lips? That was a little hard to say. There was an unpleasant sound of something pressing against his heart.
あの猫は心に闇を飼っている。お前も感じているだろう。もはや止めようがないほど大きく膨れ上がっている。あの猫の。
That cat fosters darkness in his heart. You have felt it too. The darkness in that cat will swell so greatly, it can't be stopped anymore.
どうしてお前がそれを知ってる？
How do you know?
闇が闇と引き合うということだ。
Because darkness acts in concert with darkness. The darkness of his mind, even if he didn't ask, Konoe understood what Lynx was talking about. Her eye occasionally showed that insane smile. That damn smile.
あの猫はお前の知っている猫ではなくなっているだろう。そう遠くはない話。それでもそばにいるのか信じられる。
When the darkness is unleashed, that cat will no longer be the cat you know. It won't be long now. Will you still be beside him? Will you believe in him? Konoe bit his lip and looked down. He couldn't argue. Leaks' words thrust the worst situation Konoe had looked away from right in front of him. Honestly, he was scared. The times when Rai was not Rai increased. If he didn't return to sanity, then he... The creaking of his heart grew louder. It was an awfully unpleasant and ominous sound. Oh no. Oh no.
No!
Oh no. Hold on.
No, she might come back.
She might come back. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying something. Yes! 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 Hold on. Yeah!
Save right now.
Spamming works. Spamming works. Okay, it's working. Yippee!
Oh, thank God.
Sometimes you just gotta really fucking spam it to get it going. Okay. So, This is a spot where you'll hit a bad end, obviously. This is where you go if you go down Leeks' bad end.
Oh, yeah.
We're not doing that, so I'll stop him. I'll stop him! This isn't like you! Stop fighting! Yes, so I'll stop him. Oh my god, we're almost there.
Oh, we can do it.
We're so fucking close.
Yeah, I kind of feel like what more is there to...
We're almost there.
What happens in Leaks?
I guess we'll have to find out after stream.
Okay.
Because I can't show it on stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Konoe looked up.
止める
Oh, did you read it? I didn't hear you.
I'll stop it. I didn't.
Okay. You.
ああもしライが正気を失ったら
Oh.
ライがライじゃなくなったらその時は俺が止める何としても
Oh.
Yes. If Rai goes insane, if Rai is no longer Rai, then I'll stop it. Whatever it takes.
Konoe was well aware that it was a completely impossible thing to say. If Rai went insane, he couldn't stop him on his own. He'd be killed in no time, and that would be the end.
Ooh. Wait, hold on.
Oh?
I like this song.
Oh, yeah. But Konoe didn't think he'd try to escape, because he was a Sangha. He couldn't leave his Toga behind. Of course.
Can you... Y'all are gonna kill me.
Rai annoyed him.
It's a business relationship still, you know?
But Konoe respected him and admired his strength. He realized he wanted to help him grow stronger as a Sangha. A Sangha and Toga. They couldn't show their true power if their hearts weren't united. Was he the only one who realized it? Even if that was it, he didn't care. Konoe couldn't leave Rai behind.
そばにいるというのか
You say you'll stand beside him?
俺はライのサンガだ
Oh. I think you're a little bit more than that, but I'll take it, you know? A win is a win.
But he's leaning into them as a bonded pair.
Yeah.
あの猫が求めるものがお前ではなくお前のサンガの力だとしても
Sorry, I don't think you read your previous line.
I didn't.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Rai Sangha.
Even though he does not need you, only your powers as a Sangha.
ああ
Rather, that was fine to him. In the end, although it was shameful to admit, Konoe felt like he was attracted to Rai. To that eye
okay.
piercing everything without hesitation. My god. It was a lie to say he didn't resist to being... Wait, sorry. It was a lie to say he didn't resist to being needed only for his Sangha powers. However, he thought that rather, it all seemed to be Rai's doing. Rai. If Konoe were asked if Rai was a good cat, he couldn't nod in agreement. But on the inside, his mind was made up. He thought Rai was good. So if he was asked about it like this, he would give an honest answer. Konoe wouldn't ask for anything else in return. Rai himself said Konoe could be trained as a Sangha. He wouldn't have wanted to be abandoned halfway. So he would want to stand by Rai's side no matter what. Before he knew it, the thumping of his heart suddenly stopped. He's dead!
No!
Wow!
No!
How worthless. Leeks' calm voice changed a little.
お前たちは揃いも揃ってくだらないそして愚かな
Fools in love.
The two of you are worthless. And you are fools.
あまりにも
Excessively so. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded in Konoe's ears. The sound got louder. Konoe grimaced, crouching and clutching his head. It brought him headaches and nausea. The sound echoed through his body. His heart began to beat faster, to untie with it, to unite with it. It was like his chest would burst. His emotional empathy was taking over. It was completely covered by huge masses of hatred. He had no control over his empathy. Various bright colors flashed in his head. I art thou.
Art thou.
Thou art I. You are me. Leaks' inorganic voice twisted all around Konoe's consciousness. Yeah, there we go.
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow.
Thou hast required a new power.
Through the power of the Seigex. Speed it up, Diva! Christ! Like, come on!
Sweet.
Piss me off. Yawn.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I am taking this seriously.
No,
it's
I
just
know.
like, come on,
I know,
man.
he takes forever. I am you. However, you are not my equal. You cannot be me. Will you disappear? As I desire, now, here. I will become you, pretend to be you, find what few things you hold dear. I will break them. This was Leaks' wrath? His entrails were burned up, eroded, just like the void eroding the forest. His body felt like it would break at any moment. Konoe wouldn't last.
Oh. Is it okay, Konoe?
Konoe raised his voice in anguish. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly rose and burst from within the depths of his body. His vision and his thoughts were painted white. A roaring suddenly vanished, and all was filled with white. Konoe knew what this feeling was like. It was like the touch of the white flame that welled up whenever he sang his song. As Konoe drifted through the blankness, a faint sound reached his ears. The sound became a flow and gradually produced a melody. It was a slow, gentle song, one he'd heard before. The song wrapped around Konoe like a feather. An image rose behind his closed eyelids. A cat playing an instrument and spinning a song. It was the poet. Was he singing? The figure of the poet flickered like a heat wave. I loved the sound of water. Maybe he was
It's very
dreaming.
calming.
But Konoe felt relieved. It was like he was being protected.
The poet is Mama?
No.
No? Shit, that'd be crazy.
Startled, he opened his eyes. Reflected in his view were the night and the river. Sometimes the surface of the water sparkled. With the soft splashing of the water, Konoe gradually returned to reality. He immediately looked around, and he saw his own hands and feet. Nothing had changed. Had he dreamt it? There was no sign of dawn even breaking yet. What did he wake up from just now? Still, he didn't think it was a dream. Lucas's voice was revived in his ears. The sound was awfully fresh and vivid. He knew it to be reality. His gaze fell to both hands. Did he really hurt those town cats? He didn't know. Well, he had no evidence that he killed anyone. He wasn't very certain that he hadn't either. Despite it being Leeks' actions, his body had done this. He became consumed with anxiety. Stooping next to the river, he dipped both hands in the water. The numbing cold permeated his heat-charged thoughts. Konoe tightly closed his eyes. He was confused. He couldn't relax. Opening his eyes, he slowly exhaled. For now, he'd go back to the inn. All Konoe wanted was to go back and curl up in his blanket. When he got up and began to walk towards the street, Konoe stopped. He felt a presence. Someone was here. However, that presence soon emerged from the trees. Dressed in glossy black, the Devil of Joy emerged from the darkness.
フラウド。
Yeah.
Hi!
Hey.
Hey! Proud smiled and offered a cheerful greeting, relaxedly approaching Konoe.
なんだか随分疲れてるみたいだけども、大丈夫かい？
You seem pretty tired for some reason. Are you alright?
なんでこんなとこに。
Why are you here?
いやいや、それを言うなら子猫ちゃんこそ。なんでこんな時間に、こんなところにってやつだろう。眠れなかったのかな。
No. I should ask you. I should ask the same of you. Oh, okay. I should ask the same of you, Kitty. Why are you here? At a time like this. Couldn't sleep? Sorry. Sometimes the way that they're spaced out, like, messes with the way I read it.
Proud's attitude was amicable, but Konoe was cautious. He felt something unnatural in the air. It was like he'd known from the start that Konoe would be coming here. Konoe lowered his ears and took a step back as he scowled at Proud.
どうしたんだい？そんなに警戒して、毛を逆立てて、具合が悪いのかな。
What's wrong? You're so alert, you're first standing on end. Are you sick?
With a calm tone, Proud reached out to Konoe's cheek. Konoe pushed him away and jumped back. Watching his reaction in amusement, Proud put a hand to his chin and tilted his head.
怖かったのかな。
Are you afraid?
何が
What?
乗っ取られてしまうって思ったかい？死ぬかもしれないってそう思った？
Did you think you'd be captured? Did you think you might die?
Every word Proud uttered made Konoe's hair stand on end. Tension immediately spread through his whole body.
なんでそれを知ってるんだ
Why do you know? Sorry, I
なん
was.
でだろうか。なんでだと思う？
Why? I won't. Why do you think?
Proud smiled a joyful smile.
ここで君の身に何が起きていたのか、ここに来るまでは何をしていたのか、僕はすべて知っているよ。
What happened to your body here? What you did until you came here? I know it all. You watched him fuck!
Oh shit.
嘘だ
You're lying.
どうして？
How?
Konoe didn't know. His mouth had spoken on its own. It was him pushing back, feeling he was being cornered.
それは子猫ちゃんが嘘だと思いたいからだろ。
Little
かわいいね。
That's
残
him.
念ながら本当さ。君はリークスにしばらく乗っ取られていた。違うかな？
Is it because you want to think it's a lie, Kitty? How cute. Unfortunately, it's time for truth. For the truth. I'm so sorry. For a time, you were possessed by leaks. Am I wrong?
He knew. Konoe was silent as he fixed his eyes on Froud. At Konoe's reaction, Froud's smile grew wider.
正解だね。
正
それじゃあ
解。
もっと言い当ててあげようか。リークスに乗っ取られた状態の君が何をしていたのか。ライと会っていたんだよ。
That's the correct answer, isn't it? Well then, I'll make some more guesses. While you were taken over by leaks, what did you do? You met Rai.
He met Rai? His breath caught in shock. Konoe didn't have any memories of the time he was possessed by leaks. What was Froud talking about? What did... Konoe didn't know. He couldn't remember anything.
何か証拠はあるのか？
What? Do you have any proof?
僕の頭の中にしかないよ。けれど証拠を示したところでそれが証明できるものだと君にはわかるのかい？記憶はあるのかな？
Only in my head. However, instead of my showing evidence, do you understand that you can prove it yourself? Do you remember?
There was only silence. What Froud said made sense.
俺は
Well,
リークスはライに
about
何
that.
かしたのか？
Did Leaks do anything bad to Rai?
そこまで話してしまうのは
It's not interesting.
ただ一つ心配なことがあるんだ。余計なお世話かもしれないけどね。
It's not interesting to talk about that. However, I'm worried about just one thing. Maybe it's unnecessary to worry.
After his words that held undue importance, Froud shut his mouth once.
君は今のままでライに会えるのかい？
Can you face...
どういう意味だ？
What do you mean?
何をしたのか覚えていないのに平然とした顔をして会えるのかってことだよ。
No, you don't remember what you did. Can you meet him with an indifferent face?
If Konoe was taken over by leaks, he could have done something irreparable to Rai. Irreparable. Would Rai understand if he tried to explain that he wasn't really himself at the time? Would Rai trust him? Don't worry, he knew. He didn't know.
別に
Don't worry, he
目
knows.
的を
He knows.
達成するためなら相手にどう思われようと構わないって言うなら
Oh
いいけ
jeez.
どね。
Long dialogue.
けどそんな関係のサンガ
Great.
とトーガが果たしてうまくやっていけるのか僕は疑問に思うな。
I hope you can say you don't really care about the other party, as long as you can achieve your own goal. However, can such a relationship between Sangha and Toga really work well? I wonder. Click that box for me.
My bad. Froud was purposely saying
Click
things
the
to
box for
abrogate
me.
Konoe. Look at the box. He couldn't let himself be bewildered. Even though he thought so, Konoe felt hesitant. What did he have to do to defeat Leaks? Rai was strong. If he paired up with Rai, he could stand up against Leaks. Could he really? Was that really all there was to it? Konoe felt that something was different. Beginning to feel convinced by Froud's twisting words, he tried to look away. He was a Sangha, and Rai was a Toga. But if he wasn't a Sangha and Rai wasn't a Toga, what would he think then?
さてそれじゃあ行こうか。
Hehe.
Then, shall we go?
どこへ？
Where to?
どこだろうか。知らないところって言ったら怖いかい？まるで死後の世界について考える時のように。
Where, I wonder? If I said I don't know, would you be scared? It's a world of life after death.
Chills ran down his spine the moment he heard those words. But it wasn't a result of Konoe's senses. Crowd suddenly began to emanate something. His appearance didn't change. Still, a strange fear overcame Konoe.
そろそろ頃合いだと思っていたんだ。もう少し待ってもよかったのだけれど、待ちきれないな。何しろ僕は退屈しきっているんだよ。
I thought the timing would soon be right. Though it's all right to wait a little longer. I can't wait anymore. Anyway, I'm getting bored.
The right time? Oh, questions came to mind. Konoe couldn't afford to utter them. Proud held out a hand towards him with an eerie smile. Though it was a simple gesture, it made the fur on his tail bristle up. The low growl inadvertently leaked from his throat. He wouldn't go. This devil was up to something. If he accepted this invitation, then surely something terrible would happen. Oh, we're on the other one! We're fucking schmoovin'. Now's the time. We may finish this today if you want to commit.
Might as well.
Okay.
Because I'm also like, I don't even know where a good stopping place would be.
Hey, guess what?
What?
After this, we have... we have... one more decision?
I think we are. I thought you said we had 3 more. This would be our 3rd.
I think one more. The way that this, no, we have another after this. Yes. Okay. Yes, we have one more, I think. Because the way that this walkthrough is like, the way the layout is, the way it looks is a little confusing to be like, okay, are these 2 separate branches or are these the 2 different entirely things? This is the same thing. It's just showing whether it's the bad end or a good end. Okay. Yep. And we will brush off the hand, and this will lead to Froud's bad end.
Okay. Wait. Which one are we supposed to be doing?
We're going on Rai's good end.
Okay.
So we brush off the hand. Because no! We don't trust you, Froud.
No!
Konoe immediately pushed the outstretched hand aside. He jumped back, distancing himself from Froud. Froud tilted his head and watched Konoe.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
行かないのかい?
Oh yeah? You don't want to go?
Ikanai. He wasn't fooled. Instead of answering, Konoe forcefully glared at Froud. His heart definitely wavered. Suddenly, he noticed that Rai's presence grew in his conscience. If Rai rejected him, Konoe thought about that and knew himself to be anxious about it, but he was more than a little shocked. That he was aware of it, and unwilling on top of that, was surprising even to Konoe himself. This is a lot of words in a very weird arrangement.
Yeah.
So essentially, he's saying that his emotions are strange to him.
Yes.
If Rai rejected him, Konoe thought about that and knew himself to be. He was anxious about Rai rejecting him, and he's a little shocked by that fact that he's so anxious about it.
Okay.
And then that he was aware of it and unwilling on top of that. He was surprised to even Konoe. Yeah. And the fact of him now being aware of it is very surprising to him. Mm-hmm. That is what we are saying here.
Yes.
This arrangement is these are a lot of words that could have been explained better.
But it's okay.
But it's okay, localizers. You did this a long fucking time ago, and I got respect for you. Not localizer, translators. But that wasn't a reason to take Froud's invitation either. Even if Rai turned away from him, even if Konoe lost his place, he'd come this far mostly on his own. But just go back to the way things were in the beginning. It wasn't a huge deal. He could live. Hehe.
思ったよりも打たれ強いのかな、子猫ちゃんは。ま、それはそれで楽しいからいいんだけどもね。
You're stronger than I thought, Kitty. And you've got me beat. Well, that's fun in its own right, so no matter.
When Konoe bristled out all of his fur and growled, Proud pulled his outstretched hand back in. Konoe was only slightly relieved, but there was something that had been worried since a little while ago.
頃合いってどういう
What did you...
He was about to ask, but there was a presence approaching from the other side of the road. It was the brisk-paced sound of footsteps, possibly someone running this way. When he looked closely, Konoe saw a silvery shadow appearing in the darkness. With that alone, he immediately understood who it was, unintentionally perking his ears and staring, his heartbeat in strange uplift and strain. It was Rai.
僕が呼んだんだ。スペシャルゲストになるはずだったんだけどね。
He was supposed to be my special guest.
Sighing in a light-hearted way, Froud shrugged his shoulders. The thread of tension loosened, and Konoe immediately moved to Rai's side. Then Froud murmured in a subdued voice.
真っ黒な耳が見えてるよ。見られてもいいのかな。
Your black ears are with... wonder if they were...
Hey. Konoe stopped walking and immediately pulled up his hood. Right. Rai couldn't know that the curse had appeared again. Well, he knows.
Well, it's okay.
Furthermore, he was uneasy that he'd done something to Rai while leaks possessed him. Though he thought it was okay even if he was rejected, Konoe was still frightened when pressed too much. While he was confused, Rai stood next to Konoe. As Konoe stood there, Rai suddenly grabbed his arm. He looked up in surprise and met a ghastly blue iris.
Leaks.
Leaks. Konoe went pale at the words.
No, it's me!
No, it's me! Rai was suspicious of him. It was painful, even if he knew it was inevitable. Thinking deeply in mortified thought, Konoe just shook his head left and right. As soon as he saw his reaction, Rai pulled Konoe's arm. He stood before Konoe as if to push back against his staggering body. Unsheathing his sword after that, Rai faced Froud with a severe expression. Did he believe he wasn't Leeks? Seeing Rai's terribly angry look, Konoe was afraid to ask him.
こいつに何をした?
What did you do to him?
別に何もしていない。ちょっと連れて帰ろうかなと思っただけだよ。
I was gonna take him home.
Don't worry, I was coming back. Nothing in particular. I was just thinking about taking him home with me. That's all.
Froud put up both of his hands and showed a meaningful smile. His attitude seemed to be provoking Rai. Rai fixed his eye on Froud in silence, only the sound of the river's water flowing passed through the tense air. A short time passed in that stifling atmosphere. Rai turned to Konoe behind him and unexpectedly grabbed his arm and started to walk. Konoe couldn't do anything but move his legs as he was pulled. He didn't know why. Rai ignored the existence of the devil he'd just exchanged word with, even as he passed Froud. Konoe looked back while he walked, dragged along by his arm. Froud stood on the night road watching them. An odd silence shrouded his figure as his lips curled in a smile. Konoe shuddered and immediately looked ahead. Although Froud's eyes were covered, he felt his invisible gaze twisting all over his tail and body. Rai didn't say a word until they eventually reached the inn. Again, Konoe wondered what he'd done while leaks possessed him. Konoe's ears lowered and his spirits began to sink too. However, Rai didn't let go of Konoe's arm while he walked. When he touched him before, Rai's hands were surprisingly cold. Now they felt warm. Around midnight, there were no cats at the reception desk or waiting room of the inn. A sleepy feeling drifted in the air. Rai took him up to the second floor and they set foot in their room. Though he'd been away from the room for a while, he was struck with an awfully nostalgic feeling. Removing neither his cloak nor his equipment, Konoe immediately crept under the blanket. He still had his hood up too. Confusion, fear, disgust, regret. These feelings filled his head. He wanted to speak face to face, to put everything out there and be at ease, but he didn't have the courage. His battered body and soul were tormented by worry and tension, and he could only think negatively. For a while, a heavy silence hung. If Konoe wasn't careful, he was likely to investigate Rai's presence over the blanket, so he desperately tried to think of something completely different. Before long, Konoe heard the bed next to him creak. Kitties! Hi, Natsu!
Hi, Natsu!
Hello, beautiful mama.
Oh, I love you.
My beautiful, sexy lady. Oh my god.
I want to get in there too. Move.
Move. Kissing both of you with my mouth open.
Yippee!
Yeah. If you're able to stay, Natsu, there might be Pegorn.
Oh, we're gonna get another Pegorn?
We might get Pegorn. I think, but I'm not sure. Before long, Konoe heard the bed next to him creak. Was Raya leaving the room? He listened carefully as he wondered. For some reason, a feeling of disappointment welled up subtly. Did or did he not want Raya to be there? Which one was it? What? What? Say Gex. Konoe became irritated with himself, a masochistic impulse rising. At that time, he tried to bite the tip of his tail as it wrapped around his body. Something pressed over the blanket against his shoulder. He knew it was Rai's hand. As soon as he realized it, he drew back. Konoe was still afraid to be rejected by Rai. The rejection itself he accepted, but the hatred bleeding from his gaze, his low voice becoming even harsher and colder. That's so real. Like, he's like, I don't care. Like, if you end up rejecting me, then whatever.
Can you just say it?
But it's just like, yeah, he's like, can you just say it?
Can we just talk?
Yeah.
This is the part of BL I hate.
Yeah. I
hate miscommunication.
I know.
If you are out there and you think that the miscommunication trope is good or like you don't mind it, because you need to be studied psychologically.
It's so true.
Whenever it happens in like manga, manhwa, like doujins, fucking visual novels, it literally is like pulling teeth.
I know. It's okay. We're getting into it.
I'm sorry. I fucking hate it. Just talk to each other, you gay bitches.
Konoe was sure he wouldn't be able to stand it. Seeing that change before his eyes was scarier than anything.
Oi.
Hey.
Hey.
Rise. Also, Natsu, if you didn't know, our beautiful white-haired man here, that you'll see in a second, he is also the same voice actor who does Sephiroth. So,
Wait, just in case, do you have your sensor screen ready?
Oh yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
Don't even worry about it, I got it. Rai's quiet voice reached him. Konoe couldn't judge whether or not Rai was angry from that alone. Just don't worry, because I also could be wrong, so.
Oh, why did he leave?
His presence drew back when
choke him.
Konoe huddled up stubbornly, and he heard the sound of the door closing. Rai had left the room. Relief and disappointment. Konoe let out a soft sigh, tasting both. Although the thread of tension loosened, the silence of the empty room permeated Konoe's chest instead. One winged angel starts playing. Was he that much of a coward? The way he'd responded to Rai was too childish, and he fell into self-loathing. Yeah, what if you talked? Crazy.
Please.
Konoe slowly poked his face out from under the blanket. He noticed someone had put something on the edge of his bed. He extended a hand to pull it in. Two dried.
Oh!
Oh!
Because he likes to.
Because he likes to. They're his favorite. Two dried queens have been placed there. Why? It's such a place.
For you.
Konoe got up in surprise, gazing steadily at the fruits in his hand. They weren't there when he came into the room. Who put them there? Naturally, only one person came to mind.
Asato.
Asto, yes. Kuims are Konoe's favorite. Possibly. Did Rai care about him? Oh my god, Konoe.
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god, Konoe. The way he was attacked by an inconsolable helplessness. He grasped the queen and looked down. At the same time, Konoe fell into further, stronger self-loathing. He thought he was truly stupid. He'd convinced himself based off nothing but assumptions and alienated Rai by himself. Yeah, you dumbass!
Yeah, you dumb shit! And Rai, you're not getting
Rai,
easy.
Yeah, you motherfucker, get back here too! Damn! He didn't know what Rai thought, but all Konoe needed to do was just confirm if he was right.
If you talked to him, Konoe. Sorry.
Even if Konoe looked at his eye for a moment, he would have understood it, even if they didn't speak. Though he was afraid Rai wouldn't believe him, Konoe was the one who didn't believe in Rai. Yeah, you fuck.
Yeah, you fucking
Konoe
idiot.
was terribly disheartened. He was too ashamed and the back of his nose felt miserably hot, and anger welled up inside him. It was anger directed towards himself. Yeah, you know that feeling when you get like so frustrated that your nose starts burning because you have like you know you're about to cry.
That's just I was like, no, that's just happened because I'm angry.
He put the kuims down and dug the claws of both his hands into the sheets, pulling hard. Me nappy. Oh, no, he's leaving.
Thank God.
Thank God. He jumped out and left the room, entering the corridor. I was not there anymore.
Where's the Asato in all of this?
Around. Although the uneasiness that Rai may be getting up to... something crossed Konoe's mind. He was disgusted by his groundless apprehensions. Konoe went back to the room to shake it off. He removed the hood he was wearing and touched an ear with his fingertips. Black ears and a black tail. When Rai returned, he'd show him. He knows. Then he'd ask what happened while leaks possessed his body. Only if he was rejected after all that could he truly be upset. Konoe decided not to entertain the possibility of Rai not returning. He'd definitely come back. So he believed. Suddenly, Konoe thought of something else. Maybe you should go after him.
Please, for the love of everything holy.
Outside the window, the sky was blocked by darkness, but now the light of the rising morning moon gradually began to color his body. Good morning! The moon rose up high in the cloudless winter sky.
Those are a lot of clouds.
After eating the 2 kuins Rai left for him, Konoe curled up under the blanket. Then he spent some time sleeping and waking and sleeping again, dozing off. He was completely exhausted. And now that the curse had emerged again, he hardly thought of going outside. Fair. Bitter emotions spread through his heart when he thought of last night. Konoe had to be careful of what Froud did. Speaking from experience, that devil was no friend. Froud was part of a group that originally wanted to devour Konoe as food. He couldn't let his guard down. A light breeze blew in from the slightly open window. It was cold when it reached Konoe's hair, poking out from under the blanket. When he went to crawl out from under the blanket to close the window, he heard the sound of the door opening. Konoe subtly twitched his ears. Konoe poked his face out from under the blanket and looked towards the room. Looked towards the door. Rai entered the room. He reflexively dove under the blankets. Konoe! Quiet footsteps sounded on the floor and the bed next to his creaked slightly. Konoe slowly came out from under the blanket. Rai was trying to open the window more. He inadvertently spoke. It was a hoarse, unreliable voice. Konoe didn't want the window to be opened. The too bright sunlight seemed to illuminate everything, and Konoe couldn't stand it now. Rai looked back.
窓開けないでほしい。
He's like, no, I don't want to.
Don't open the window. Also,
He didn't know what to say. Totally confused, Konoe restlessly lashed his tail under the blankets. Rai was silent, unable to stay quiet. Quiet? Konoe desperately looked for words.
あと昨日
Oh my god, Konoe.
木の実が
Jesus
This is the
Christ,
part
get
of
it together.
this is the part of the visual novel where I really hate it. Also, yesterday, some stuff happened. And the queens. It wasn't...
Flustered, Konoe suddenly felt a presence. Before he knew it, Rai was standing right in front of him. Konoe immediately stiffened. Rai's expression was clearly angry. Is it? He doesn't look angry to me.
It looks normal to
He
me.
looks normal. Yeah.
一昨日はどこへ行っていた？
Where did you go the day before yesterday?
湖に
The lake.
湖。
Lake.
鏡湖に
Near a lake.
Rai's expression turned harsh. Konoe lowered his ears completely.
何をしに行った？
Why did you go there? Konoe couldn't say his reason. He was trying to find out about something deep within Rai's heart. Rai sighed deeply and heavily.
お前がどこで何をしようと、俺には関係ない。
Yeah, he's like, look what happened when you went off by yourself.
だが、
Look what
Yeah.
happened.
無茶な行動は控えろと
Dummy.
前にも言ったはずだ。
Where you go and what you do doesn't matter to me. Don't intend to intervene. But I'm sure I told you before to refrain from such reckless behavior. Konoe looked down. He couldn't argue.
それから、ふざけた真似もいい加減にしろ。
Yeah.
Yeah! Stop this childish act too.
ふざけたまね
Act?
Rai suddenly grabbed the blanket.
Yeah.
こんなものをかぶったまま、いい度胸だな。
You got guts, putting on something like that.
やめ
What?
Stop.
He's like, get out of the blankets.
Get out here! Before Konoe had the chance to stop him, Rai forcefully removed the blankets. Rai saw.
He knows.
Yes, he knows. His black ears and tail. Konoe's body went stiff as stone while he held his breath. A long silence followed. It seemed to last a terribly long time. Konoe fearfully looked up. Rai stared at him with a narrowed eye. His face was expressionless. Konoe didn't know what he was thinking.
驚かない
No!
のか
You're not surprised?
知っていた。
I knew.
Huh?
Tension ran through the base of his tail. Rai exhaled softly and continued in a quiet voice.
お前がリークスに乗っ取られていた時だ。奴が自ら見せてきた。できれば、いつもの悪夢の延長だとでも思いたかったがな。
Back then, Leaks hijacked your body. He showed them himself. I suppose I wanted to think it was an extension of my usual nightmare, if I could.
リークスが
Yeah, that motherfucker. Did he do such a thing? Konoe was appalled. Leaks. What else did he do? Anxiety overcame Konoe like an avalanche.
リークスに
Well,
乗っ取られていた時
well,
俺はあんたに
Oh,
何
Leaks
かしたのか
says to me,
got a little saucy.
did I do something to you?
To keep his voice from shaking, Konoe spoke quickly and softly. Cold sweat blurred on his clenched palm.
あの時のお前は、お前ではなかった。
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah. You weren't yourself back then. It's pointless to worry.
何したんだ
What did I do?
You stole my darkness.
何もしていない。
You fixed me!
Well, I wouldn't say that, but nothing happened. Forget it.
でも
But
しつこいぞ。
Stop nagging. Rai turned a sharp gaze to Konoe.
振り返る暇があったら前を向けと言ったはずだ。
Oh,
そんなくだらん
Jesus,
that's a lot of talking for you, Rai.
oh, it's a lot for
リークス
him.
がなぜお前に直接仕掛けてきたのか、その意味を考えろ。奴の力は以前よりも上がっている。今回のことは挑発であり警告だ。最後のな。
Psycho. Yeah, there you go. I told you before, if you have time to look back, look ahead instead. You have time to be troubled by worthless crap like that? Think about why leaks targeted you directly. It's more powerful than before. This is a provocation, a warning, the final one.
最後の警告
Final warning.
時は近い。闇の力が満ち始めていると奴は言っていた。それが言葉の通りならば、奴を止める必要がある。おそらく、リークスの本当の目的はお前ではない。
He said the time was near, and that the power of darkness was rising. According to those words, we have to stop him. Perhaps Leaks' real aim isn't you.
どういうことだ
What do you mean?
それこそ、この世界を破滅させる程度のことは、目論んでいるのかもしれんな。
It means he's planning something great enough to destroy this world. Fry smirked in irony. His tone treated him with contempt, but his expression was fierce. It was a crazy thing to say, but Konoe couldn't laugh it off either, no matter how foolish it sounded. Because he had the same idea.
昨日リークスと話した時に
Ami?
I said it.
Did you? Oh, I didn't hear you.
Ugh. Yesterday I talked to Leek.
リークスと話した。
You spoke with Leaks?
話しかけてきたんだ姿は見えなかったなんていうか頭の中に直接響く感じでその時
He spoke with me. He was invisible. I felt like he was echoing directly in my head. Then
Konoe remembered Leaks' words. You and I are connected. His visceral low voice revived vividly. He and Leaks were connected. What did that mean? And why?
おい、
Hey. Konoe startled when he was called out to. Rai was looking at him suspiciously. Konoe thought whether he would tell him what he just remembered, but he hesitated. It might have made Rai unnecessarily uneasy. Plus, he needed the courage to talk about these things.
どうした
What's wrong?
いやちょっと思い出そうとしてたリークスは2つの月にまつわる歌の話をしていた
no, I was just trying to remember for a moment. Leeks talked about a song of the two moons.
二つの月あのくだらん子守歌か
The two moons. Stupid lullaby.
その話の後にあんたに言ったのと同じことを言っていた
The end is nigh!
最後の時とも
The end is now!
Yeah. After that, he said the same thing to me as he did to you. He said the end of time come.
Repent!
最後の時
Repent! The end of times. Rai dropped his gaze to his feet, and his tail lashed from side to side. Konoe remembered what else Leaks told him.
この世界が闇に満たされ恐怖と悲鳴混乱にうずもれし時
This world will be filled with darkness, with screams of fear, descending into a whirlwind of confusion. A whirlpool, my bad.
As he traced the words stuck in his head, Konoe opened his mouth to repeat them aloud. Rai looked up as if he sensed Konoe's intent.
お前自身も呪いの闇に食われるだろう。そうしてこの世界は終わりを告げる。
You will be devoured by the darkness of the curse. Then this world will come to an end.
Whoa. What's that?
リークスに言われたんだ。この呪いをかけ直したのもリークスだ。悪魔たちじゃない。
Leaks told me that. The curse on me again, not the devil.
ああ、そう言っていたな。
Yeah, he was saying that. Konoe turned over his gauntlet hopelessly, staring at the marks on his arms. Devoured by the darkness of the curse. What did that mean? Would his body disappear, or his mind be sublimated? Either way, the fact that he died didn't change.
最後の時とやらが近いということか。
The eclipse!
それが2つの月が重なる時だというのか。
So that means the end of times is near, huh? Don't tell me it's when the two moons overlap each other.
もしそうだとしても、それがいつなのかもわからない。
Like right now. Like right now.
世界の破滅っていうあんたの予想は、あながち間違ってないのかもな。
Even if that's the case, I don't know when it is. But your prediction about the might not be wrong either.
Konoe smiled a small wry smile.
だったら、俺にわざわざ呪いをかけ直す必要はないのに。邪魔なら殺せって言ったんだ。
Everybody
リー
likes
クスな
you.
らそのぐらい簡単なことだろ。
If that were the case, there'd be no reason to bother with cursing me. I said if he sees me as an obstacle, then he can just kill me. Or someone like Leaks.
お前を生かしておく必要があるということか。
That means he needs to keep you alive.
わからない。ただ、楽しませろって。ふざけてる。
I don't know. He just said to entertain him.
Anger suddenly welled up in Konoe, and he beat his tail against the bed.
必要に狙いながらも致命傷は与えない。少年が歪み切った魔術師の悪趣味な戯れか、もしくはお前自身に何かがあるのか。
He's targeting you relentlessly, but not dealing any fatal injury. Maybe it's just some twisted game of a ward magician. Or maybe it's something about you yourself.
俺に
Me?
He remembered the unpleasant words that he and Leeks were connected.
他には何か言っていたか。
Did he say anything more?
あとは
The cat fostering darkness in his heart. When he remembered that, a chill ran down his spine. Konoe immediately chased the words to a corner of his head, investigating whether he had any further memories.
あ、指輪
The wing!
Oh.
指輪
Ring.
リークスの指輪だ。鏡湖へ行った時に拾って、それで
How do you know it's his, huh?
Leaks ring. Picked it up when I went to Mirror Lake and
At that moment, because he touched the ring, Leeks overtook his body. Took over his body. Same thing. Rai sharply narrowed his eyes, having guessed from Konoe's attitude and expression what he meant.
乗っ取られたのか。
He possessed you.
バカ猫。
Stupid cat. Konoe lowered his ears and tail and looked down. Oh! But you're my stupid cat.
それはどう考えてもお前をはめるための罠だろう。
He's like, yeah, you dumbass.
今から鏡湖に行ったところで無駄だ。
No matter how you look at it, it was a trap he laid out for you. Now it's pointless to go to Mirror Lake.
でも俺は行きたい。
but I wanted to go.
He
But I
blurted.
want to go.
He blurted out without thinking and was startled. Rai looked at Konoe.
なぜだ。
Why? Rai's eye was fixed right on him, and Konoe looked away. Why did he say that? Konoe thought in a panic. One answer emerged. It was the answer. Or yesterday, he'd rather run away than give Rai that answer. Facing one another. Konoe wanted to face Rai and not flee. That's why he was here now. Konoe looked up at Rai.
Oh!
Finally! God damn it.
Care about.
It's okay, you did it. I believe in you. Hold on, since we're here. Yes. Finally! There it is! A small light flickered rise. A small light flickered rise. Oh, well, that's not. Yeah. Flickered in rise. Blue iris, we'll say that.
Yeah.
あんたが抱えているものが何か知りたくて。けど、聞いても教えてもらえないと思った。だから、一人で鏡湖へ行った。
I wanted to know about what it is that you... But I thought that she wouldn't tell me even if I asked. I went to Mirror Lake by myself.
Rai stared at Konoe in silence. His light-colored eyes seemed to perceive everything, and Konoe wanted to avert his eyes. However, Konoe looked back without admitting defeat. He spoke of his true feelings, so he had no reason to feel guilty. When you know something like that, what'll you do?
わからない。けど、
I don't know.
Did you think you wanted to save me?
そんなこと。
That's...
Oh my god, Rai! Your care isn't needed. Don't go prying.
How long is this going to take?
Konoe couldn't do anything if Rai said that. Come on, Konoe, push harder!
Go! Go!
Even if his intentions weren't bad, his partner didn't necessarily have the same idea.
People are like, oh my god, I love BL. This BL shit is not for the weak.
It's real. Sharply aware of that now, Konoe felt like his tail was being torn off. Was it better to stop? Konoe quietly clasped both hands, his fingertips cold. You little prankster. Even if I said that, it'd be an impossible thing for you to do. Konoe blinked and looked at Rai. Rai had an expression of obvious exasperation, watching Konoe out the corner of his eye. My bakaneko.
My silly Billy.
You're an idiot. I've rarely seen a cat as helplessly foolish as you. If you weren't a Sangha, I would have left you in the forest a long time ago. Although his fur stood on end at Rai's terrible words, doubt rose before anger did, since he couldn't read Rai's intentions. Look at him. He's fine.
At first I was like, oh my god, he knew, and then I was like, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But even if I left you there, you'd probably come back. Do you know why? It's because you're a stupid cat who doesn't listen. So... Pausing there, Rai looked to the window.
I'm so sorry. I have to do one thing. I will be right back.
Okay, do you want me to continue or?
Huh?
Do you want me to just keep going?
Could you stall for 2 seconds?
Okay, I'll stall for 2 seconds. Ugh. Hey chat, so hey, BL is crazy sometimes. Oh god. I need boys to talk to each other, and I need them to kiss. Stall with me, eyebrows. Oh my god, hey girly, how are you? How are you doing? My beautiful lady. Listen, I think it was on my Okami stream or something else. Something else. Maybe you were there too. But I was talking about you. Oh my god. But I was talking about you and I was just like, y'all don't understand. I'm so glad Natsu's body is out to the public now because my god, she's so sexy. I love looking at you. My beautiful wife. I was like, chat, you don't fucking understand. She's so hot. My body, yeah, your body's out. Your body gotta release. The final patch got released. It's out to the public. Finally out for the people. I'm so happy for you.
I'm back.
Oh, hello.
I had to church. So. Okay, gay people.
Are you ready? Are you settled?
Yes, I'm settled.
Okay.
Gay people.
Sorry, I was talking about how sexy Natsu is.
Without me?
Well, you can say as much as you want too.
Women.
Oh, women. Oh my god.
Whammon.
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 Even if I told you not to follow me, you would. Am I wrong? We're all so sexy. Dang.
Whoa.
At that time, Konoe must have looked so stupid. You are
Yes.
a little stupid, Konoe. Yes. He couldn't understand what Rai was saying. Glancing at the stunned Konoe, Rai picked up his gear and his cloak. He looked over his shoulder as he walked to the door. Damn it.
俺はこれから鏡湖へ行く。来るな。
Going to Mirror Lake now. Don't follow me. Oh, and he says that, but...
What he actually means is...
With those parting words, Rai threw the door closed.
Mhm.
Yes. What should he do?
Go!
Even if I told you not to follow me, you would. Am I wrong?
Go.
Konoe thought about the meaning of those words. Surely he was right. Even if Rai told him not to come, Konoe actually wanted to follow him. Even if Rai told him not to follow. Konoe suddenly twitched his ears. Should he go? Konoe immediately got up, jumped off the bed and put on his hood as he left the room. Konoe's face fell subtly as he ran down the stairs. Rai was so obstinate. He was arrogant to boot. All in all a bad cat. Bye, Bardo. He passed the waiting room at a quick pace. He caught up behind Rai as he went out the door. Under the winter sky, the main street was faintly warmed by moonlight. Yippee! Yippee! All right, yeah, we're heading to the final bit. It's still gonna be a hot minute, but we're getting there. Do you
Okay.
want to pause and do it next time, or?
How are you feeling?
I personally am fine. It's up to you.
I'm okay.
Are you okay? Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Do you need to go eat or anything?
I'm good right now.
Do you need to... Do you have to pee or anything?
I'm good right now. Do you need a break?
No. I'm good.
Okay.
I can persevere.
Oh, we can take a quick break.
No. I just saw that we'd only been going for 4 hours, so it's okay. We can keep going.
Yeah. Are you sure?
I'm good.
Okay. we are heading to Endgame, but it's a visual novel, so that means a lot of things.
I know. Just so I'm like,
I know. So it's up to you. We can stop whenever you want to.
no, we can go.
Dude, Natsu says do it for the BL.
No. Just so sleepy.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. Alongside Rai, he passed through the main street and headed to the forest to the east. As they walked without cease, Rai suddenly opened his mouth.
体は
Oh. Your body.
体
Body?
Body?
Oh, you got it.
I had to throw something away.
No, you're
It's gonna
okay.
be loud.
The curse hasn't affected it in any particular way?
今のところは別に。
For now, it hasn't.
Was I worried? Konoe! My god! Konoe! I swear to god. That reminded Konoe of something too.
食い物見。昨日置いていったのあんただろ。
The queen fruits. You left them there yesterday?
邪魔だったから置いただけだ。
Right, you are so funny.
He's so silly.
He's so silly. Just put them there because they were in the way.
うまかった。
They were tasty.
Rai's attitude was curt, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. Konoe turned his face up and breathed in the cool air. For a while, they walked the straight trail, heading into the grove. Before long, the inverted sky appeared along with a strong, humid smell. It was Mirror Lake. The sky reflected clearly on the lake's surface, as if on a polished floor was a powerful, breathtaking sight. The trees in the thicket shook and several unusual birds took wing. The lake scrupulously trapped their shadows. Konoe approached the edge of the lake and knelt down, dipping in a fingertip. He heard a splash and felt a hard touch against his finger. Though it seemed like a liquid to his eyes and ears, it really was strange. When Konoe splashed his finger in the water several times, Rai came closer.
凍っているのか。
Is it frozen?
いや。なんて言えばいいのかわからない。水なんだけど硬い。手を入れても沈まない。
No. I don't know how to say it. It's water, but it's solid. I can't even sink my hand in.
歩行可能ということか。
Can you walk across? Konoe looked up at Rai and nodded.
行くぞ。
Let's go. As soon as he said it, Rai set foot on the lake without hesitation. The sound of splashing water reached his ears. Yeah, he's just like, alright, fuck it.
Here we go.
Konoe was startled and instinctively bristled up the fur on his tail. Badly puzzled, he began to feel oddly frustrated. Yeah, he was like, oh, I stuck a hand in, I stuck my fingies in, I stuck a hand in,
sure.
I dipped a toe in,
Like, let's
and
go.
he's just like, alright, fuck it. Even though he knew he wouldn't sink, he was still nervous. Still feeling an uncomfortable feeling in his stomach, Konoe followed Rai as he walked ahead. While walking, Konoe suddenly looked at his feet. He was reflected in the lake, his ears and tail black, even though he knew he was discouraged to see his reflection. When he came to the lake the other day at this time, it happened. Thus, when he looked at himself, he realized that nothing was over yet. Konoe stopped and sighed.
何をしている？早く来い。
What are you doing? Hurry up. Konoe looked up and saw Rai watching him from beyond the middle of the lake. Denying his negative thoughts, he soon followed him. The surface of the water trembled and splashed with every step. They arrived safely on the opposite shore. The bank was small, and a rock face pressed immediately against it. There didn't seem to be any cave.
本当にあるのか。
Is it really?
Konoe wondered aloud. Rai began investigating the rock face. Konoe looked around too. He noticed something like a black line floating in the edge of the lake. He tried to look. Letters were floating on the hard surface of the water. They seemed to be Ribican characters. When he touched it with his fingertips, the characters shook with a splash, but they didn't disappear. Thinking this lake really was mysterious, Konoe read the characters, mouthing them in a whisper. It was an enumeration of incomprehensible sigils. They felt strange rolling off his tongue. This time, he read the characters again aloud. Then... Woo, 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 woo. The letters suddenly became luminous, and a delicate sound rang from the rock wall. He looked up in surprise. Rai jumped back. In the same way as the letters, the rock face shone white. The light slowly faded and soon went out. The remnants of the shimmering light scattered. Konoe was dumbfounded and noticed what had happened to the wall, bristling his tail. A large hole had opened in the rock wall.
何かしたのか
Did you do something?
これを読んだだけだけど
I just read this.
Rai walked up beside Konoe and stared at the edge of the lake. Konoe also lowered his gaze to the same spot. The letter shook with waves.
まじないだなあの洞窟に目くらましをかけていたんだろ
Must be some kind of spell. It kept the cave invisible.
うどうして解けたんだ
Why was it lifted?
お前がサンガだからだまじないは歌に力があるものにしか扱えない
It's because you're a Sangha. Only someone with the power of song can manipulate the spell.
歌
Konoe only tried to read it carefully, not thinking he could possibly have such a power.
でもどうして目くらましなんか
Did you read it?
Did,
Oh, I didn't hear you.
It's okay. Hold on. Can you hear me if I talk over here?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so I have to literally be in front of my body hurts so bad.
I told you.
No!
Okay.
But why is it hidden?
Rai looked at the cave with a grim expression. Konoe stood up and looked in the same direction. He felt a chill.
あの娼婦がいた村から選ばれた生贄は魔物への
Oh,
貨物として
Jesus,
定
Rai.
期的に
Oh,
この
Wow,
洞
this is a, this is a
Wow.
lot for him to
That's a
say.
lot of talking for you, Rai. Oh,
Look at him go.
oh my
So
god.
proud of him.
洞窟から
Wow.
生贄を食っていた
Wow.
ここには無念の魂が
Alright, we'll just, I mean, I can go take a break.
憎悪に囚われた魂に時の概念はなく
Go take a load off while
思
he
いも朽ちる
finishes
ことは
this.
ない下手に踏み込めば引きずり込まれる
Sacrifices chosen from the village that prostitute came from were regularly brought to this cave as offerings to the demon. The demon appeared in the middle of the night on the 6th day to devour the sacrifice left deep in its cave. Many sad souls are swirling or wandering around here. A soul consumed by hatred doesn't have a concept of time, and their thoughts don't decay either. If you make a misstep, you'll be dragged away. He felt it just from experience now. Even if he controlled his empathy, Konoe felt anger, hatred, and sadness. They didn't flow, but rather struck into the depths of his chest. It wasn't unbearable, but his heart ached in sorrow.
そこにいろ
Stay there.
やだ
やだ
そんなにひどいわけじゃない
No way. Besides, it's not so bad.
He didn't want to back down now after coming so far.
勝手にしろ
Suit yourself. Rai began to walk. Konoe followed after him as well. That's what he wants, Konoe. He just wants you. He wants you to follow him. Strong moisture stuck to him. The inside of the... Ew, look at this squelching.
Yeah.
The inside of the cave was filled with a strange air. Rai's tail lifted faintly, visibly ahead of him. It was dim, and he couldn't find his footing. While he walked carefully, Rai unexpectedly stopped. Konoe stopped moving right away. Doubtful, he tried to look at Rai's face questioningly. Suddenly, Rai collapsed to the ground on one knee. Firmly gripping his chest through his clothes, he held his breath in pain. Konoe crouched down in surprise and tried to assess the situation.
おい
Hey.
少しめまいがしただけだなんともない
I'm a little fucked up. Just got a little dizzy. I'm alright. His face was pale and sweat blurred on his forehead.
どこがなんともないんだ具合が悪いなら
It's not nothing. If something's wrong, then...
Konoe swallowed his words, unable to continue. His eyes were glued to Rai's chest.
Mine too.
I know, it's really pretty. Away. Konoe brushed off Rai's arm and forced his collar open, and he was horrified.
おい、どうした？
Hey, what's wrong? Rai followed where Konoe's gaze was frozen onto, his eye widening. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, but the CG's really good.
Yeah, the CG is good, but that's not good.
Oh my god, hey!
Konoe is so little.
He's so little, oh my god.
Konoe is so teeny.
He's so small. This is... He couldn't believe it. There, a vivid black sigil clearly appeared. It was the same as the curse that appeared on Konoe's body.
どうして？
His voice trembled. His hands, his tail, his vision, and everything about his body trembled. Was he dreaming? The sight reflected in Konoe's eyes was too cruel of a spectacle. Konoe let go of Rai's collar and edged back.
なんで俺だけじゃなかったのか
Why? Why isn't it just me?
Konoe, you were originally worrying about, like, why is it you, just in general. It's like,
And
why
now you're
only
just
me?
like- I feel like now he's kind of like accepted it.
Yeah.
落ち着け。
Calm down.
リークスのあいつのせいなのかどうしてなんでだよ
Is it because of Leaf? Why? Why is he doing this?
落ち着け。
Calm down. Konoe shrank back at Rai's angry voice.
取り乱すな。まだこれがお前と同じものかどうかはわからん。
Don't get upset. There's no telling yet if this is the same as you. Rai tried to stand up, exhaling roughly, but he staggered uncertainly on the way and leaned against the wall. Yep. At his appearance, Konoe regained his calm thinking. He shouldn't be upset now. Konoe rushed over to Rai and put an arm under Rai's underarm to support him. One hand touched Rai's chest. It was hot. Yeah, it was. The black showy. The black mark that appeared over his chest gave off a strange heat through his clothes. Maybe the mark itself was feverish. Rai tried to pull away. However, oh, this guitar is fucking banging. However, Konoe firmly grasped the arm over his shoulder, keeping him there. Firmly grasped it. Let go.
宿まで戻ったら話せ
Hee
I'll let you go when we get back to the inn.
いいから話せ。大したことじゃない。
It's fine. Just let go already. It's not a big deal.
俺よりもフラフラのくせにどこが大したことじゃないんだよ意地張るのもいい加減にしろ
Finally.
Even though you're staggering, it's supposed to not be a big deal? Stop being stubborn.
お前に言われたくない。
Sure wants
Yeah,
to talk.
you tell him.
俺もあんたに言われたくないとにかく今は戻る
Same goes for you. Anyway, let's go back now.
ダメだ。
Pointless.
無駄足にするつもりか。
Do you just intend to make us go on a fool's errand? Konoe was getting annoyed, and he unintentionally bared his fangs.
黙れよ
Hee
こんな時に何言ってるいいか俺はあんたの話なんか聞かないそう言ったのはあんただろまた出直せばいいだけだとにかく今は戻る
Be quiet. What are you saying at a time like this? I don't listen to what you say. You said that yourself. We can just come back again later. Anyway, we're going back.
I love that he's like, what? You said so yourself. You know that I don't listen to you anyway, so he might as
So
well
what?
do what I say.
Yeah. Ho.
Yeah, you fuck.
バカ猫が。
Stupid cat.
どっちが
Which one of us?
Konoe began to walk out, forcibly dragging Rai's body. As expected, Rai stepped forward without resisting, as if he'd given up. Rai's body leaned heavily against Konoe's. He probably didn't have the strength left to walk by himself. He finally made it to the entrance of the cave. Perhaps because he spent so much time in the dark, the light outside stung his eyes. Hide it from view.
Eh?
まじないをかけておけ。念のためだ。あの文字をもう一度読めばいい。
With the spell, just in case. You should read those letters again. While he supported Rai, Konoe walked up to the edge of the lake and recited the letters that swayed on the surface of the water. The characters on the water surface in the cave emitted light. And the light disappeared. As the light disappeared, the gaping hole that opened was blocked again. Whoa.
湖の上気をつけて
Be careful in the lake.
あ
あんたが転んだら俺もさすがに二人同時だと割れるかもしれない
If you fall down, I'm going down too. If we fall together, maybe it'll break.
これは凍ってるとかそういう仕組みじゃない。
This doesn't work the way ice does.
そんな気がして嫌なんだ俺が行くぞ
I just have a bad feeling. Let's go.
They took their time crossing the lake and returned to the forest road. Rai occasionally tried to move away from Konoe, but he was too unsteady on his feet and Konoe supported him to the inn. Back in the room! When they arrived at the inn, the sky was colored by dusk. Oh my god, please kiss, I'm begging you.
I know, I'm like, come on, man.
You returned to their room and carried Rai to the bed. Rai frowned in pain and curled up. Probably hurt. Konoe didn't know if it was the same thing, but he remembered that he'd suffered before and after the curse appeared. After removing Rai's coat and gear, Konoe scooped up some water out of the barrel. When Konoe brought the cup to Rai's lips, Rai lapped up some water a few times. He felt relieved. His little kitty tongue. I just like thinking about like Rai, this massive, like, I don't know, like 6'2" or something like that, big man, and just taking a little like bowl of water and just going like yeah, exactly.
He's also got a sensitive little tongue.
He does. He has a sensitive little kitty tongue. Nekotita. Konoe knelt down at his bedside and watched how things were going.
辛いか
Does it hurt?
少し休めば治る。
I'll be fine if I rest for a bit. Though the marks were similar to Konoe's, Rai's ears and tail hadn't changed. Konoe wondered if it wasn't the same as his curse. Still, why did this happen? And was it related to him? No matter how much she thought, Konoe didn't understand. Couldn't he consult with someone? It reminded him of a certain cat. Right, the shaman. He may understand it a little if he asked the shaman who had previously done predictions for him. When he thought that, Konoe couldn't help but act. Standing up, he put the cup of water on a shelf.
これここに置いておくからこぼさないように気をつけて
I'll leave this here. I'm not gonna spill it.
どこへ行く？
Where are you going?
ちょっと
I'll just be a little.
待て。
Wait. Rai grabbed his arm as he stepped away from the bed. Rai's expression was severe. His palm was covered in cold sweat and felt feverish.
また一人で無茶をする気か。今までは運よく助かってきたが、次はない。
Yeah, you should stay in bed with him. Oh my god. Are you out of your mind going out alone again? Until now, you've been lucky enough to survive. It won't be like that next time.
無茶はしない
I'm not being right.
当てにならんな。
I'm not counting on it.
信じろよ。
Believe me.
Konoe stared straight into Rai's eye as he calmly told him so.
俺がいなくなったら困るのはよくわかってる。だから 信じろよ。
I understand you'll be troubled if I disappear. So believe me.
Was he troubled because he was Rai's Sangha? Oh my fucking god. Or did it mean something different? A question like that crossed his mind and soon disappeared. Rai fixed his eyes on Konoe in silence, but eventually looked down, giving up. Rai's hand let go of his arm.
どうなっても知らん。勝手にしろ。
Don't look at me if something happens. Suit yourself.
あんた結構心
He
配そうだ。
is! I'm so glad you finally realized it.
Hehehe. You're kind of a worrywart.
お前が危なっかしいからな。
Yeah, because you're always getting into trouble.
He'll always be in situations. It's because you always get into trouble. His manner of speaking felt childish, and Konoe's expression relaxed subtly.
とにかくどうしてあんたがそうなったのか確かめたいんだ。だから待ってろよ。
Yeah, cover your tits.
その技誰か来たら気をつけて。
Anyway, I want to find the reason that mark on you appeared on you. So wait. Be careful with that mark in case someone comes in and sees it. Cover it up, whore.
Konoe pulled up his hood and left the room. He went downstairs and approached Bardo at the reception desk. When Konoe returned to the inn supporting Rai, Bardo had tried to lend a hand, but Rai refused to let him.
Oh, Rai no
But he
yosu wa
still
dou da?
got beef. Oh, how's Rai doing? When Konoe shook his head from side to side, Bardo spat out a soft sigh.
そうか。珍しいな。
He's
あ
fine.
いつが伏せるなんて。
Maybe okay.
I see. It's rare for a guy like him to fall.
ちょっと出かけてくる。ライはあまり具合が良くないみたいだ。だから
I'm going out for a little bit. Rai doesn't seem to be doing so well. So,
ああ、わかってるさ。俺が下手に顔出して、そんで万が一あいつの症状が悪化してみろ。たとえ偶然だとしても、後で何言われるかわからんよ。
I get it. If I show my face, there's a good chance that the guy's symptoms will get even worse. Even if it's accidental. I don't know what he'll say to me afterwards.
すぐ戻るから。
I'll be back soon.
気をつけろよ。ん？
Take care. Hmm? When Konoe headed for the door, a suspicious voice reached him.
あんた、それ、
You... that...
尻尾、黒だったか？
Was your tail black?
No.
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 No. I mean, yeah. I mean, no. I mean, yeah. Bardo pointed a finger over the reception desk. The tip of Konoe's tail peeped out slightly from underneath his cloak. Oh, bye.
それじゃ。
Well, bye.
おう。
Oh. Bardo looked mystified, but Konoe went to the door in a hurry. He headed out onto the main street. Beam, 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 beam. Okay, are you still good, or?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yes, are you still good?
I'm thinking we could probably wrap this up next week.
Alright, if you're still good to go, I can hang in there.
Okay, let's go for a little while longer then.
Okay. It's just there's so much.
I know.
I actually thought that we were almost about to be finished with.
We're close, but it's like
I know.
it's a visual novel, so
I know.
close is relative.
Ugh.
That's why I'm like, okay, do we just crank it out this one, or do we do? I think
I want to be strong.
I know. I think even then we still got like, I can't say for sure because I just don't know. We got a bit, but we are in the last part. We'll go for a little longer.
Okay.
Bathed in the light of dusk, the cats filling Main Street looked like waves of red. Konoe scampered his way through. His hood almost came off as he ran at full speed. With impatient thoughts, he passed the clearing and finally reached the forest. The shadow of night was making its way over the forest, but it wasn't completely dark just yet. While Konoe searched his memories, he ran through the forest. He recalled a break of rock wall to his left. There it was. Passing through the thin and narrow opening, he proceeded inside. He walked into the shrine that was exactly as he remembered it. Hey, bestie. As he followed the cold, damp path
Oh my
for a
god,
while,
hey bitch.
he saw the torchlights glow when he turned to the right. Inside was the altar, and beside it stood a cat, his back turned to Konoe. His body screamed. Rai curled up tight in his bed. His body was burning hot. Felt like it was giving off flames. Each time the pain ran through him, his claws bit into the bed. Had Konoe tasted all this suffering too? Yeah, he sure fucking did. The mark that appeared on him closely resembled Konoe's. Rai felt it intuitively, even though there was no conclusive evidence. This was the same curse as Konoe's. Konoe had probably left to find out about the symptoms. Somehow Rai knew. A cat never listened to a thing he said. He just ran out immediately, no matter how dangerous the situation was. The heat made him abnormally thirsty. The cup of water Konoe left was already empty. When he tried to get up and move to the barrel, he heard a knock at the door. Before he could wonder who it was, the door opened. A figure that appeared made the fur on Rai's tail stand on end. Hey!
Oh my god, are you coming in here to help me, big man?
Oh my god, hey!
I think we should think about yaoi between these two.
Listen,
you know?
do you listen to me? Look at me right fucking now!
I'm looking.
Look at me right fucking now!
I'm
it's
looking.
some crazy yaoi!
I'm looking, I'm thinking, I'm
some
perceiving.
Fun and really exciting yaoi between the both of them, if you want to go down that route.
I do. We can talk about this later. Are we about to learn their history? Do we ever learn their history?
We're gonna learn a little something, but it's more clear when you go down Bardo's route.
Oh, okay.
But we'll learn a little something. How are you feeling?
Oh, now you get to talk to yourself.
I get to talk to myself and do the same fucking voice for both of them.
No, because Rise is a little bit more, like, flat.
He is more
You talk
flat.
with a lot more, like...
Yes, I try to bring more warmth when I do Bardo, and a lot more light to his voice. Oh, thanks. I try.
We should talk about yaoi between them, because now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, in a sec.
Rai.
This was the face he wanted to see least of all.
Does Rai... Never mind. Would Rai bottom in this situation?
I would think so.
Okay, X.
Because knowing Bardo, I would think so.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Excellent. And also, Rai's kind of, sometimes he's just a little bit too much of a tsundere. And Bardo's so good at, like, he's a good tamer.
Don't tell me that. I already like him. Don't tell me that.
I love Bardo.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
This is the face he wanted to see least of all at a time like this. Rai curled up immediately and turned his back to Bardo. See, he's like a baby. Why'd you come here? I just came to see how you're doing. Get out. You're cold. Bardo came into the room, not heeding Rai's words.
こいつに水入れてたのか？空になってるぞ。
What's this? Did you put water in here? It's empty. Bardo reached out to the empty cup on the shelf. At that moment, Rai began to bare his fangs and growl. Bardo pulled back at the hand he'd reached out, shrugging his shoulders with a baffled expression.
熱があるんだろ？水はいらないのか？
You have a fever, don't you? Don't you need water? I wanted it, but he didn't need water if it was drawn by Bardo's hand. Bardo let out a sigh when Rai glared harshly at him in silence.
出て行け。
Get out.
口を開けばそれか。まあいいけどな。それにしてもお前がこんなになるなんてな。ガキの頃に一回風邪をこじらせた。あれっきりじゃないのか。
That's what I get when you open your mouth? Oh, that's what I get when you open your mouth? Oh, fine. But for you to become like this, you got a cold once when you were a kid. You haven't had one since, right? I didn't want to see his face. He didn't want to even talk. I shook his tail in irritation, beating it against the bed. In the brutal air, he heard Bardo sigh again.
まだダメか？
Still no use?
何の話だ。
What are you talking about?
本当に悪いことをしたと思ってる。それは今も変わらない。けど、あれからかなりの時間が経ってる。せめて普通に話すくらいは。
Really, I think I did something bad. That doesn't change even now. But a considerable amount of time has passed since then. At the very least, I was hoping we could talk normally again.
何の話だと言っている。
What are you talking about? I said... I interrupted in a strong tone. He turned an irritated look to Bardo.
許すも許さないもない。貴様はそんな計りにかけるような価値もない。それだけだ。
Whether I forgive you or not, it doesn't matter. When it comes to you, those options aren't even worth weighing.
そうか。
I see. Bardo muttered softly. He resigned himself and averted his eyes.
たく。この頑固さは誰に似たんだかな。
Good grief. From whom did you get this stubbornness?
貴様に言われたくない。
I don't want you asking me that. Rai choked in the middle of his sentence and coughed.
おい、何やってんだよ。無理するな。
Hey, what are you doing? Don't overdo it.
うるさい。触るな。
Shut up. Don't touch me.
熱ぐらい測らせろ。薬持ってきてやるから。
At least let me take your temperature. I'll bring you some medicine. Bardo reached a hand out to Rai's ear. Rai reflexively turned away. In time, Bardo's fingers hit his eye patch. Oh.
お前。
You. Bardo looked at Rai in surprise.
お前。この目はどうしたんだ？
You. What happened to this eye? At his words, Rai put a hand to his eye patch. When the pain ran through his body, he felt like his right eye was pulsing as well. It was as if there was a heart within it. As soon as he touched it, the numbness ran through his hand. To be precise, it was hot enough to numb him. His right eye felt hot.
そっちの目、最近じゃないだろ。なのに、なんでそんな。
That eye there. That's not recent. Still, why would it?
眼帯、取ってみた方がいいんじゃないのか。
Wouldn't it be better to take off your eye patch?
黙れ。出て行け。
Shut up. Get out. Rai murmured, straining a hoarse whisper. Bardo stared at Rai with a serious expression, but eventually turned on his heel.
何かあったら、無理しないで呼べよ。
Something happens, don't overdo it. Just call me. Bardo told him quickly just in case, then left the room.
So it's... his eye is back?
No.
No?
Oh.
Okay. Sorry, I got a little...
Black pulsations sounded through the quiet room. Whenever it pulsed, Rai fell into the illusion that a dark shadow was looming in his view. At that darkness, the darkness in his heart stirred. Another him, a presence that was not himself, was screaming in the depths of his right eye. Something was beginning to lose control before, and now it certainly increased in speed. As from the time when Leeks, wearing Konoe's face, touched his right eye. When that day came, he was seized with insanity again. Would Rai be able to hold on? No, he had to. Even the outcome had already been decided. Rai couldn't relinquish this body until he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish. Once everything was over, at that moment.
I'm a little confused.
Whee!
I'm a little confused.
What are you confused on?
So, does he not have his eye?
I don't quite remember. He might still have his eye, it just might be damaged, but I don't remember.
Then why did Bardo tell him to take it off?
He just said he should. You know, once in a while you should take off the eye patch.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted that.
But also, Bardo felt that something was amiss.
My god. Leeks is now inside him. Is this actually Rai, or is it Rai with Leeks?
We may never know. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, yes. All right. Harem.
Are you debating?
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Time is it right now? Yeah. We should be able to wrap this up next time.
Next time? Okay.
Yeah, next week. Instead of just trying to like push through to an unknown time ending. And since I also know that both of us gotta pop off. So yeah. Yeah.
I like lore though. We're learning so much.
We are learning, but I feel like we could like we get so much done and nothing done at the same time. But no.
I also feel like if we keep pushing it, both of us are just we're gonna get to the end of the route and we're both gonna be like, okay, yay, okay, bye, I'm tired.
Yeah.
We're not gonna have time to process it.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like we should go into the next week that we play this refreshed and ready. Okay. So I saved, right? I did. All right. So close.
Sorry, ahead of his...
No, you're good. Okay.
Yay.
There we go. We went for a little longer and it was fine. And we did it. And you got just a little snippet of...
I got a little taste.
You got a little taste of
Yowie.
Bardo and Rai lore.
And you said that we learned way more about it in Bardo's route?
Yes.
Ugh.
And he is the last route that we do. But Asato's next. Yay! I know you just want to see Asato so bad.
Yay! I miss him.
Yeah, he's gonna be gone. He's gonna be gone for a
I'm
minute.
sad that we're with Rai because like Konoe and Rai's relationship is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get it twisted.
Mm-hmm.
I love Rai so yes. I love Asato so much. I miss him. Where is he?
He's
Lost
just
in
hanging out.
action.
Yeah. He's MIA.
I miss him.
But I know, because I know, and I've also told you things about his route too, and you're just like, let me in! Let me in!
Yeah, he's perfect.
I know you just want to be on Asta's route real bad.
I want to see him.
But I'm also very curious. I want to learn more about because Rai is so very interesting.
Rai is so
His
funny.
character is so very fascinating.
He's
He's
a funny
he's
guy.
so silly.
Yeah.
What so silly.
So silly. What a funny guy.
What a funny guy.
What a funny guy. He has like, he is essentially everything that he tells you, his meaning is the opposite. So
Yeah, I know.
it's just like
I've gathered.
yeah, it's just like don't follow me is I want you to follow me.
Don't
And then-
don't
But
follow me.
don't. Oh my
No,
god, don't.
Stop.
The I don't want you going out there because you're stupid translates to I'm worried about you and
I'm
I care
really
for your
worried about
safety.
you.
Yeah.
I care about you.
I care about
you
your
going out there
safety.
by yourself makes me nervous.
Makes me really nervous. Yeah.
Ugh.
Also, he's just so cute. He doesn't handle hot foods well. It's so cute.
Yeah, he's so sweet.
And he doesn't want anybody to see that he can't handle hot foods well.
He doesn't know how to handle it.
He doesn't want to. He's got a sensitive kitty tongue.
He's got a sensitive little kitty tongue.
It's so funny. It's so cute.
Ugh.
Natsu saying you did great.
Oh, thanks.
We did good
I
for
did
hanging
great.
in there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My body is collapsing.
Yeah, me too. It's okay. I'm also very tired.
Yeah, are you going to sleep or are you gonna get a nap?
I need food. I'm hungry.
I'm also hungry.
Okay. Well, let's go eat.
You wanna go eat?
Yes, let's go eat. What do you want?
Okay. God, I really want naan bread.
Oh, fuck. I don't have any more.
No. I want to learn how to make it.
None?
Yeah, it can't be
Yeah.
that hard.
No, it's not that hard. It's just
I know
the
that naan is bread. Wise. It's like
bread. It's like focaccia, but thinner and fluffier. Or, well, softer texture sometimes.
I know, but naan is not a type of bread. Focaccia is a type of bread.
Oh, I see what you mean. They're both made from wheat?
No, naan
What's
means
naan?
bread.
Oh, I didn't know this.
It's like how people say
Like chai tea, yeah.
Chai is tea.
Chai is tea, correct. Wow.
Oh, stretch.
Stretch, big stretch. You guys saw it briefly though, but I wanted to show it off more about I have this little thing that I can do whenever I step away.
Sleepy.
And where I go, oh, good night.
Good night.
Oh,
Oh,
good night.
hippie.
Oh, so sleepy.
Oh, so sleepy.
Oh, so sleepy. Oh, I go to sleep. Good night.
Oh, so sleepy.
Oh, so sleepy.
Wake up.
Dreaming about boys kissing. Yes.
Every day,
I
baby.
Sure am. I'm always dreaming about boys kissing.
Every day, baby.
Every fucking day. It's so true. But yeah, I have that now. So because I know a lot of you have seen before that sometimes when I move away from my camera or I step away for a second, my body goes into a full seizure mode.
Yeah.
It goes fucking nuts. So,
She goes cray cray.
so this is a way to help with that. Yeah, it is really good. The person who made that is oh fuck. No, it is an animation. You're right. It is an animation. It's
Oh, so sleepy.
Alice, I think, was the person who made it. They have a coffee for it. So you should get it. It's free. You should get it.
Oh, so sleepy.
And I go, oh, so sleepy. I go sleepy. But now we actually go sleepies.
No, I need to go eatsies.
And eatsies. We need food. We go eat. Okay. What's my schedule for this week?
It's the same 3 games as it always is for right now.
Same right now for next week. Until whenever the fuck Cage of Roses comes out. And then I'm gonna find a time. I'm gonna see what day is good to play with that, and then me and another are gonna play Cage of Roses. Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee! I'm so excited.
Yay!
So let's hope next week with Lamento, the thrilling conclusion of Rise route good end.
Please, God,
I hope so. I hope we're finally getting into it. I'm like I said before, I played Lamento a long fucking time ago. So I have bits and pieces of memory, but it's not like I remember specific parts, but I don't know how long it takes to get to those parts. It's
Again,
just like,
it's not like I'm not having the best time of life. It's just like, oh
yeah. It just
Lord.
It just happens, and then I'm like, I remember. So I'm waiting for a specific part to come up and my memory to kick in.
What part?
You know, some endgame stuff. You know, some things, some stuff, some Segex.
Oh, I hope so.
And also a beautiful conversation that's gonna happen in the future.
I know. I'm like, I'm ready for like whatever conversations him and Asato have, because I know it's gonna be very sweet.
Holy
and very
shit,
honest.
you're gonna it's so sweet.
But it's the breaking them out of the shell, you know, being honest with your feelings. Because Rai and Konoe are a bunch of silly geese.
Yeah, it's Rai being able to, but he does it in such a Rai way of when he admits to his feelings, because then he's like, yeah,
I don't like you, baka.
No, he's like, he goes the route of just like, yeah, he's like, I need you as a Sangha. You empower me as a Toga. Be my Sangha forever. And that's his version of being like, I always want to be with you.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Rai.
You know how it is.
We could be more romantic, but it's okay.
Oh, you'll see. And then
because I bet Asato is just like, I want to be with Konoe.
Yeah. He's like, I like Konoe so much.
So...
Yeah. It's also Asato is like, he's never loved anyone before. He's never understood what that meant. So he's trying to, he needs some help bridging the dots between I really like you and then understanding what it means to like actually love someone.
Being loved and being devoted. And I'm pretty sure when he finds it out, he's gonna be like, well, that's not hard. This is about Konoe.
Yeah. Rai, oh my god. Rai is such a person that's just like, to be loved is to be changed. That's who Rai is.
Which is like, it's so good. I'm so excited for it. I cannot deny. It's like when we played Slow Damage, and the entire time we were on anybody else's route.
God,
I was like, I want to see Ray.
It's like, but I miss him. But listen, the main reason we were also like that is because one with Madarame's route, and Madarame's route fucking sucked.
Yeah.
Then I was like, God, bored. I'm so tired of this motherfucker.
I was tired of it. I was bored.
Yeah, and then for Fujieta's route, I was so fucking locked in.
Oh yeah, and it's like the thing with Fujieta's route is like I like missed Ray just because I am so very in love with him.
Yeah.
But like with Taku's route and with Fujieta's route, I still see him.
Yeah, it was so interesting.
Like they don't disappear forever.
No, because I talked about it with you. I think I talked about it privately. But how it was saying, like, usually the typical BL visual novel game is that once you pick your person, usually, like, everybody else just kind of, like, fades away. And you're only with, like, your set person. I like how Slow Damage is like, oh, they're still here, and they're going through it.
Yeah, the Homelight trio always with you.
Yeah, and I really appreciated in Fujieta's route how you still got the bits and pieces of, like, oh, you pass by Ray and you can see that Ray is like going through it, but you're not on his route, so he's not going to burden you with it.
Yeah.
And then Taku, if you're not on Taku's route, of course he's not going to tell you because he's ashamed of like the stuff that he's doing. So he's not going to tell you about it. And then Madarame just kind of fucks off.
Yeah, he kind of doesn't really exist.
He
outside. Well,
pops up for
no,
a second.
pops
He
up
like
for
fist
1
fights
second.
Fujieda, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like when you go back to that place, and like
Yeah.
Koa and Fujieda are there,
And he like
then
throws
Madarame
hands for a
is like,
second.
here you go, and then he just fucks off.
And then he fucks off. Yeah, he fucks off with the rest of his boys. With his goons. And 80. I love him. Why can't we get an AG route?
Please.
What the fuck? This is fucked up. Why can't we get a full Ikuino route? This is fucked up. I want more.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause like. Yeah, cause in Dramatical Murder you don't see any of them.
No. Yeah.
Unless you're on their route.
Yeah, but that also makes sense in Dramatical Murder, you know, because you're like, you get sequestered into like a specific zone.
Vastly different things happening in each route.
Yes, exactly. They're not all connected with each other.
Absolutely. Because I feel like the one that deviates from everybody most is like route, because I feel like in Mink's route you are barely in Platinum Jail at all.
Yes, 100%. And then I mean,
you are like outside in other places.
Yeah. Like, there's also I mean the whole clusterfuck with Sei and Ren. And all that fun stuff.
Yeah, and everyone's like, what's happening? And Alba's like,
I don't fucking know.
Who knows?
Who knows? I don't.
Oh, fucking.
In Tagananochi, everybody's just kind of a mixed pot altogether.
Yeah.
The only difference is that if you're not on Keisuke's route, well, goodbye, Keisuke.
Yeah. Which I'm so sad.
Goodbye, Keisuke. The only way for you to keep Keisuke is to stay on his route. Otherwise, he's gone.
But I love him.
I know, I love him too.
I hate that, Makoto? Yeah. No. Yeah, Makoto in Sweetpool. I hate that he just doesn't have a route.
I mean, he does.
No, but that's the one ending.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the other one is just essentially the one ending. Or, well, actually, I think the other one has 2 endings.
You get... Are you talking about the guy with the long hair?
Yeah, with the long hair. I forget his name.
Yeah, because you get like 4 with... What? Tetsu?
Tetsu?
Yeah,
Tetsuro?
Tetsu. The one that they're like, hey,
yeah.
this is
the canon one. Yes, yeah.
They're not trying to deviate, dude. They're like, hey, bitch.
Hey, bitch.
This is who you're supposed to be with.
Yeah. And it's just like, that motherfucker gets like 4 or 5 endings.
Yeah, because there's the one where like you explode together.
Yeah, there's a bad end. There's like super bad end 2, medium end, and then like good-ish end, and then true end.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I want to play Sweet.
We can. Sweet Pool is shorter than Lamento.
Wait, I think most of these games are shorter than Lamento.
I feel like Slow Damage took forever though.
No, I feel like Slow Damage took like a good minute, but I feel like it was quicker than this.
We were on it for weeks though.
I don't know, I feel like because you move around in scenes so much, but also when we played, I don't know, it didn't have as much lore build.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Which I think is what I'm like, ugh. You learn so much about like the character.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lamento is all about its lore. And that's why I like it. And that's why I was like, I can absolutely play this on stream. Because it was like 23 hours before they even like held hands.
They didn't even hold hands. They just kissed.
They just kissed. It was crazy.
And then they were like, okay, anyways.
Yeah.
And then they had and then they were like, okay, anyways.
Yeah, so I was like, I have literally no worries about this getting, you know.
Meanwhile, you start off slow damage.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah, you go into slow damage and it's like, hey bitch, you know what you came here for? And then also depression.
And then
Violent depression. And the greatest character study that in most media that I've ever seen. Toa, I love Toa so much. He's such a fantastic character study. It's like the only way that you can really describe it is to spoil it. So it's like there's not a whole lot I can say, but
yeah.
He's so crazy well written.
He's got a ton of different sides too.
Yeah.
Where it's just like the like I thought that I had him figured out, and then they threw me a curveball, and I was like, oh shit.
Wow.
It's mainly in Taku's route where they threw me so many curveballs.
Oh my god, yeah.
I was like, oh my god.
He just wants someone to hold his hand.
He just
wants someone to hold his hand. Hold his hand and you give him a little kiss.
You gotta give him
a little kiss. He just needs a little kiss.
Want to be there.
Yeah. That was crazy. Anyway, I love BL.
Now I get to go.
Now you get to go read it. Congratulations on your finishing Allergy and
I did!
and Secret and Therapy game.
I forgot to tweet about it, but
oh yes, you should.
Yeah, because I technically haven't finished Therapy game because I have to finish the
after story side story
after
thing.
story. I keep laying down and I'm like, I'm gonna read it, and then I fall asleep.
Good night.
I'm like, ooh, after like quick little bedtime story, and then I'm like,
yeah,
which I'm there's a panel of Minato that
there's so many panels of Minato.
Yeah, I feel like I need to update my okay, here's the thing. I feel like I need a character, like the Venn diagram for characters, but it's Venn diagram of like favorite characters in BL, and it's just one circle, and it's like the ones that are really bitchy.
Really bitchy and beautiful.
Really huge bitch wife.
Yeah, my bitch
They're
wife.
my favorite. It's either that or deranged, and then you have the Actually, you have
like bitch wife and
deranged bitch wives.
Yeah.
And then you have incredibly sweet and soft, like little baby, and then right in the middle is like, I don't know.
No, I would have to look.
Shin.
Yes.
Shin. I was gonna say
Shin's a good choice.
Wei-hyun, but Wei-hyun has way too much bite for me to put him in the middle. He's completely deranged.
True, yeah. I love that for him. I'd say Shin's a good pick. Shin is deranged because life just keeps beating the shit out of him.
Yeah, and also he has so much anger in that little man body. But he also is like, I'm gonna get my man to do everything. In like the most like, I can't do it, he has to do it. And Wolfgang is like, okay. Okay, whatever you say.
Whatever you say, beautiful.
Because I'm also thinking I can't think of his name. He's the brat in BJ Alec.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, what was his name? I haven't read BJ Alex in a good hot minute.
Yeah, but every time I see him, I'm like, oh, you!
Yeah, I love him.
Because it's him and then his boyfriend.
Yeah, they're fun.
There's two couples in it, right?
Yes. There's the main couple and then they're a side couple. I kind of like the side couple a little more than the main couple.
I was gonna say, I don't remember what the main couple looks like, if I'm being so...
Oh my god, what do you mean? It's like every stereotypical webcomic ever. It's a one very attractive black-haired Korean man. And then his little boy toy. You can look it up. You know what they look like.
Oh yeah, I don't remember anything.
Oh.
I'm so distracted of the side people with
Mhm.
the guy with the longer.
Yeah.
Roses and champagne.
Oh my god, hey. Speaking of deranged, hi Caesar.
I was gonna say, speaking of deranged,
Oh my god, Caesar.
Lewan.
And the funniest thing is that Lewan is on his level too.
I love whenever like Caesar gets a taste of it and he's like, oh,
And he's like, ooh, I'm so hard right now.
it's like, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. He loves it. He loves when his little wife is so aggressive.
Oh, so crazy.
He's like, God, that's hot.
And then Lewan is like, ugh, go away.
All right, let's call it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Wait, give it a few more seconds so I can be at 5:30. Wait for
Okay.
it. Wait for it.
Oh my god.
All right. And okay, good night, everyone.
Oh my god.
Good,
This is it.
good night. Have a good day, good
night.
evening, happy
Think
time
about
zone.
boys kiss.
Think about boys kissing. We're gonna go eat food. Okay, bye.
Bye.